Michelin Pilot Challenge
on IMSA Radio, part of the Radio Show Limited Network.
Good afternoon, everybody, and welcome, a warm welcome under overcast skies, but with some blue just peeking through for probably the first time this week. It's John Hindhaugh and Jeremy Shaw in the Haggerty Global broadcast booth overlooking the beautiful manicured green lawn that forms part of the tri-oval here. It's been mourned to say the America's great race and great American race, and that is for, of course, the 60th running of the Daytona Rolex 24 Hours tomorrow. Today, we round up Fast Friday with the BMW M Endurance Challenge here at Daytona. It's the first round of the Michelin Pilot Challenge for 2022, and it takes place on exactly the same circuit. We're just a couple of 3 miles inland from the famous Daytona beach itself. 12 corners, 3.5 miles that incorporate not only the hugely quick banked sections, but also that tricky infield that has the International Horseshoe, the kink. Is that flat in one of these cars? Maybe. The West Horseshoe, and then back up onto Speedway's turn 1 and 2 before we come down into the newly named Le Mans Chicane. It's not the bus stop anymore, it's the Le Mans Chicane. That's been announced today, and one of the virages on the Mulsanne is going to be named the Daytona bus stop as a balance to that. And then it's the big run out of there down towards the start-finish line. Drafting will be a part of it, and we've got 4 hours on the clock. Jeremy Shaw, a brilliant grid, 16 TCRs entered, 32 GS enters. We have lost one car.
Yeah, unfortunately, the Random Vandals BMW bright green car, we wouldn't have missed that, but we are missing it, unfortunately. So, but it's still a stellar field, and boy, it is competitive here, really, really tight. There have been a few tweaks to the cars in terms of their specifications, the balance of performance, to even out all these very different cars. They seem to be pretty closely matched.
Let's head to Shea Adam and pick up a chat with the TCR Paul car.
Mason Filippi, it hasn't been a very long off season, but to come back out here and stick the car on pole, how important is that for the 77 Brian Hurd Autosport Hyundai?
No, we've had some challenges getting the cars here. The Brian Hurd Autosport crew is really good at putting the cars together, and so for that first day on track to go put it on pole, Tyler did an amazing job, amazing tire call by our engineer Kyle, and so it's really cool and it's really awesome to start leading this race, and so we'll see what happens. It's a long race, but it should be really awesome.
4-hour contest. Are you guys going to play fair and split it 50-50?
I don't know. Yeah, most likely that's what we're going to do, and it doesn't matter if Tyler finishes or starts. It's really cool to be working with him.
Good luck today.
Thank you.
So we are on the second of 2 formation laps. Quick check-in with our second voice in the pit lane for the BMW M Endurance Challenge at Daytona. Joe Bradley is joining us. First American race for a couple of years for you on the ground, and what a way to get it started with more than 40 cars on the grid.
Unbelievable start of the season, isn't it? And I say the season, I mean that. I mean the 22 season starts right here at Daytona, and I've got to say, for the first time this week, we've got a break in the clouds, a rise in temperature, and now on perfect conditions to go racing. What a start.
Just proves, does it not, that Mother Nature is an endurance racing fan. That's all I'm going to say about that. Best weather we've had all week. I can see all the way from the Haggerty Global broadcast booth, which is overlooking the start-finish line, right the way down to the Holiday Inn Express that I'm staying at on the beach. In fact, if I got my binoculars up, I might be able to see if I left the window open this morning. I can't remember now. Did I leave the... Oh dear, that's going to worry me for the rest of the afternoon now. There's bigger problems and things to worry about for these drivers, because they've got 4 hours of intense competition.
And very little dry weather running this week, you know, if at all, quite frankly. So there's a lot of unknowns going into this race, John. That's
a very good point that Jeremy Shaw makes. I think from all of the teams, they would have asked for a little bit more dry weather running. They've barely had time to scrub in their race sets of tyres for this 4-hour race, never mind for the 24-hour race tomorrow, which is the only action tomorrow. We've got it live here on IMSA Radio and IMSA TV. The The WeatherTech Championship car's been put away for the night. There's not even a warm-up in the morning. We'll start our Michelin countdown to green well ahead of that. If you go to imsaradio.com, you'll find out all of our broadcast details, and they auto-convert to your time zone. Well, there's an old saying in motorsport: when the flag drops, the chatter stops. I paraphrased that a little bit, but it's 2022 season underway for the IMSA Michelin Pilot Challenge, and from pole position, the brand new Porsche 718 Cayman GT4 RS Club Sports competition debut from pole position into the lead. Here's the TCR, the newest Elantra to make it to the shores of the USA from Hyundai Motorsport Group in Germany. Captured pole position and will lead through the first corner. The TCR cars, 16 of them heading towards turn 2. Meantime, 3 PF Mustangs, the bright pink cars this weekend. Ford Performance announcing a new version of this car to come next year, and then a big brother, a GT3 car for 2024. Now, did the pole sitter jump early? It was right on the Geico acceleration zone that they use for the NASCAR racing here. I think he's probably all right, but who was moving behind him, Jeremy?
Yeah, Billy Johnson moved down to the inside line. Until he crossed the start-finish line, you're not allowed to move out of the column you're in. So Billy Johnson is going to be a bit, well, he hasn't been in this series for a few years, so he probably doesn't know that rule has been instituted over the last few years since he last raced here, but he should have done, because it was made clear in the driver's meeting. There's a problem though for AJ Muss. I think in car number 2 slipped back a couple of positions to the start. There's a great getaway by the Alfa Romeo car number 5 of Tim Lewis Jr. to jump into second position. Looks like AJ Muss though is slipping back down the pack in that car number 2.
This is one of the Elantras from Brian Herter. It's another mainly white car, but it does have the eggshell blue end shade of blue that is Hyundai's performance brand, unlike the car that leads, which is all white, yellow mirrors, and the black competition panels are the only thing that makes it stand out. The Veloster is still here as well, in the middle of the pack, and with red, white and blue racing stripes down the side. Rather looks like the old Peugeot Sport livery that you used to see on the 205s and the 205 T16 rally cars back in the day. Battles already in TCR. Big draft from the number 33 Brian Herter Autosport, Mark Wilkins and Robert Wickens car. Robert Wickens has been brilliant this week. Got a good drag down the front straight, and the tri-oval goes side by side with the Hart Racing Honda FK7. And great to see Hart Racing back as well in the red, white and black car. Yeah, it really is, isn't it? That's the same car that was run here 2 years ago. The plan that season, 2020, was run a partial season. That was put the kibosh on that by COVID, of course. The car's been parked since then. They got the go-ahead to do 4 or 5 races this season, starting off here at Daytona and Sebring as well. And they'll be looking for a strong run in that car. But Robbie Wickens, he's made a really good start. Ruining yesterday the decision. He radioed in on his second flying lap, said we should have put slicks on. He was on wets, but he's charging forward in the early stages. Drama in the pit lane. Shea Adam, that number 2, Kerb Agajanian, Brian Herter Autosport, Hyundai Elantra is on fire in the pit lane.
It is, and the driver is already out, AJ Muss, but they are clearly with the fire extinguishing very quick. The car actually deploying the fire extinguishing system itself. That car, I can't imagine going back out during this race, though. Terrible start to the season for a full season effort.
Yeah, and the extinguishant, and well, still just a little bit of fire out of the exhaust there. And I wonder if that's just set the rear valance. I think it has just scorched the rear valance there, some unburnt fuel. And Jeremy Shaw, eagle-eyed Jeremy Shaw at the start, spotted Billy Johnson in the 59 Ford, changing lanes at the start. The race for RP with the very sort of martini stripes on that motorsport car. Will have to drive through the pit lane without taking service. So now, surely, the guys need to be on the phone to Andrew Davis in the McCann Racing Porsche, who leads, and say, listen, if he's going to go, let him go. Do not fight him. He's got a pit lane drive through to serve third position for the green RS1 Porsche GT4 RS Club Sport. Stephen McAleer involved in everything this weekend as either a driver or a team owner, and he's hunting down the 2 leaders at the moment with only 5 minutes of racing completed.
Yeah, great stuff. And in TCR, it was the Alpha of Tim Lewis that led at the end of the first lap and the second, but Chris Miller, in car number 17, the car that won this race last season. If you remember last year, they were running up front very convincingly. They had a problem, fell 2 laps down in this 4-hour race, came all the way back and won it. A remarkable effort. That car running is now in the lead. That's car number 17 for JDC Miller Motorsports, is leading in TCR, car number 17.
I'll just mention there, that's the Audi with the sequential gearbox, Chris Miller and Mikey Taylor in that car. I'll just mention ahead of time so that we remember it, because it's a new season, our Michelin Pilot moment of the race in each of the classes. Michelin awards a brand new set of racing tyres to be used at the discretion of the team for free. No purchase required, as they say. And one set in each class, and they even allow us to make the decision here at IMSA Radio. So Shay, Joe, Andrew, Jeremy and me will be making our nominations later on. Billy Johnson down into the pit road to serve the penalty. Meantime, the number 2 Hyundai Elantra was pushed behind the wall. We're not going to see that one for a little while. And Billy Johnson, having been out the series for a little while, will be ruining that. It was a racist move at the start that will cost him second position and drops right to the back of the field, but he's got 3 hours, 53 minutes and 42 seconds to make it up. Yeah, the champion of this series in 2016, Billy Johnson. He's 35 years of age now. He's based in Miami, Florida these days, originally from the other coast, from San Clemente, California. After winning this championship, he was picked up by the Ford factory, drove for Chip Ganassi Racing in the Ford GT in GTLM, and therefore a professional driver, ineligible to take part in the Michelin Pilot Challenge because of that. There's only the silver and gold rated drivers around here. Platinum's not allowed. He has since is no longer a factory driver. He is therefore eligible to come back. He's driving for Core Motorsports in a Ford, which he had a lot of success during his career. And Billy Johnson, he's looking to, he currently is equal both in wins in this category, 23, and podium finishes, 49, coming into this race, with Matt Plum, even though they never drove together, those two. So 128 starts previously for Billy Johnson. He's now got a lot of work to do to come back from the back of the pack after that pit stop. He was on provisional pole up until the last lap yesterday. The team brought him in early. That car, by the way, the number 59 Ford Mustang, was on the pole for the final race of last season with Carl Marcelli put that car on pole position, but didn't start. At the front of the field, it's the 2 brand new Porsches. It's the first time we've seen these new GT4 Club Sports anywhere, in fact. And the Yeti orange, white and black car leads at the moment from pole position for McCann Racing. In second, Stephen McAleer for RS1 in the Porsche 718. And in third position, it is the number 41. That is Harrison Burton for PF Racing. So a good start from all of these cars. Fastest lap, Stephen McAleer on the 4th circuit, 1:54.213. And at the moment, the 2 Stuttgart cars, actually Weissach, because that's where the competition cars come out of, and you could also say there's a little bit of flacked in that as well, because the GT4 Club Sport on which they are built, all the GT moniker cars are conceived flacked. Looks like McAleer's got the run in the green and white car going down towards the new Le Mans chicane at the back straight. Defense from the leader there, feeling the pressure, no doubt. Andrew Davis just easing his car into the middle of the road with 10 minutes completed. In TCR, Chris Miller leads for Audi. Tim Lewis Jr. for Alfa Romeo, and the Giulietta looking splendid in black and gold this year is 3.5 tenths further back. And the first of the Hyundais, Harry Gottsacker, racing the 24 Hours in Dubai a couple of weekends ago. The number 98 car is 8/10 away. Then it's the Hart Honda, parked up for a couple of years under a dust sheet, but it's a Honda, so when they went back to it, they dusted it off, fired it up, and came racing. It's exactly what you'd expect. Great run early on for the number 33, and Robert Wiggins, and Tyler Maxson from pole position has just dropped back to 6th, biding his time at the moment. Battle for the lead into the International Horseshoe, to the right, to the left, down the inside. It'll be side by side coming out the International Horseshoe. And for a moment, the 28 car, the green car, has gone to the lead. CBW Racing, and goes through into the lead. Yes, it does. RS1 and CBW Racing leads into turn 5 with just over 10 minutes gone. Nice move, nicely planned, well executed, and racing room required and in fact given by those two drivers. Smart stuff at the start of a 4-hour race.
Yeah, there's no point in pushing the envelope too hard at this stage. Meanwhile, the battles continue also in TCR. It's still number 17 Audi that leads, with Chris Miller at the helmet. Alpha, the black and gold Alpha it is this year. New liveries on that car in second position. Then the pole, it's not the pole sitting car, it's Harry Gottsacker in car number 98. Is running in third position ahead of Cameron Lawrence in the Honda America Racing Team, Honda, car number 89. So it's Audi, Alpha, Hyundai, Honda, the top 4 positions for different cars in the top 4 in TCR. That's always cool to see.
Before anybody asks, on IMSARadio.com, Jeremy, what are we expecting fuel-wise and strategy-wise from the GS and the TCR classes this afternoon?
Yeah, it's a good question, and I was supposed to get a text about that one. Let's see if I have done. Yeah, we're expecting probably, well, at least 2 stops for the TCR cars, possibly 3. I think the Hyundais are struggling. I don't think they can go an hour. The GS cars can probably run around about 50 minutes, I believe, in this race. There is a minimum drive time for each of the drivers in every car that has to be met, and that is 40 minutes in this 4-hour race.
It's Jeremy Shaw alongside me, John Hindhoff, and we are in the Haggerty Global broadcast booth. Shea Adam and Joe Bradley in the pit lane at the moment. We'll try and get a chat before the pit stop start with some of the co-drivers and teams just to see how they feel things are going at the moment. But it's been a clean start, and the gap at the front of the field has stretched out. Stephen McAleer, having gone to the lead last time around, is now pulled out a 1 second, a little over 1 second actually, to second place Andrew Davies, who held the lead for the first few laps. But clean racing here, and we are still green in the first opening stanza, I suppose you call about it. The big story early on, Billy Johnson taking the penalty in the Ford after changing lanes before the start line, and he will now have to fight his way back through the TCR categories and on to the back of the grid. Just seeing how far Billy's managed to move up. In fact, he's moved up to 30th position overall and in class. So he's through the TCRs and a couple of the GS categories as well. So a riled up Billy Johnson is a quick Billy Johnson, I think, Jeremy Shaw.
Yeah, and he's just reset the fastest lap of the race. That's how annoyed he was to get that penalty. 54.081 for car number 59. The lap record here for GS was set in 2019. It's Paul Holton and McLaren, a 152.6. Fastest lap so far, 54.1. The fastest lap last year, also set by McLaren. There aren't any McLarens in the field this year, are there? No. At a 53.2. That was the fastest lap from last year's race. Billy Johnson there continuing to make up ground in that Core Motorsports Mustang, but he's got a lot of work to do.
Yeah, a bit of tricky strategy. Might be able to get that back. He's just you know, all he really needs is a quick yellow, and it'll close everything back up. We'll keep an eye on that. Shea Adam down in the pit lane. Where are you?
I'm down at RS1 because I thought that amazing move by Stephen McAleer might have warranted a big shock, surprise cheer from the team. But no, Eric Figueres, it's exactly what you guys expect out of Stephen McAleer, isn't it?
Yeah, Steven's doing what he does, and RS1 is doing what they do. So I'm just observing, learning as much as I can for when it's my time in the car. And again, just trying to check all the right boxes, make sure that I do my job, and just learn everything. I'm listening on the radio and hearing what he's talking about. He's giving me feedback on the car already, so yeah, it's no surprise from Steven.
It's kind of cool to be joining a championship-winning team in GS with a championship-winning driver from ST. A good combination. We're expecting to see you the rest of the year.
That's unknown right now. Steven and I are confirmed that we will compete in another GT4 championship for the full season. I'd love to continue in IMSA. This has been a really great environment and a great experience for me. But yeah, when we were putting all the pieces together, it just made sense to be with this RS1 team and this new Cayman GT4 RS with Stephen McAleer.
Well, the best way to secure a full season is to go out and win the biggest race on the calendar, so good luck today.
That's true. Thank you.
I don't think there's any doubt in that. Two of the PF Mustangs running together. If you missed that announcement earlier on, the 41 and 42 running in number order. That's the Burton and Deegan cars, and they are 4th and 5th, Harrison Burton and Hallie Deegan. NASCAR, Haley Deegan putting in some road course practice here, and it's been very successful down through the years, this program of getting the stock car drivers into IMSA, and I think it stood them in good stead, and they've enjoyed it as well. Really looking forward to seeing the revised, the Evo version of this GT4 car for GS, and a brand new GT3 announced earlier on today by Ford Performance. So a new program that'll be coming in 2024. So built to the revised GT3 regulations, that car, of which I think the BMW M4 GT3 is the first car that was built to those regs. So see that car in a couple of seasons' time. And a works program in GTD Pro along with customer cars being announced by Ford Performance earlier on today here at Daytona.
Yeah, and that Mustang certainly is strong here. The new Porsche has very much been the car to beat this week so far. In the top 12, there are 7 Porsches. There's also 3 Fords as well, but that new generation Ford going to be coming on stream next season. That's going to be exciting as well. The Porsches have been they were so fast last weekend at the Raw test. They have been pace has been trimmed back a little bit, but certainly still running well in the early stages. The interesting battle there between those two up-and-coming NASCAR drivers, Harrison Burton and Haley Deegan. They're running in the 4th and 5th positions right now. Just ahead of Drew Stavely. Good to see that Ian Lacey racing team back again here after a bit of a layoff. And Dylan McAvern, the top BMW, in 7th place, former series champion in car number 95. Challenge for the lead in TCR. Chris Miller it is who leads that class at the moment, the Liquid Moly Audi, but he's coming under great pressure there going into the Le Mans chicane by the Alfa Romeo.
Stoner Car Care 09, Aston Martin for Automatic Racing going long at turn 1, losing a couple of positions. Also a great move down the inside by one of the raft of Toyota Supra GT4s that are in the field, and I think, I'm not mistaken, that was the leading car. I think that was the Smooth Racing car with John Giesbrecht in it. So that was a good move down the inside. Joe Bradley down in the pit lane with Core Motorsport.
Yeah, Bob Michaelis, have you been able to calm Billy down and just get him refocused after that penalty?
Yeah, Billy's a professional. He understands what he needs to do. He's calm. He's running some quick laps. He'll come back through the field. A little bit of a mishap, but Billy's professional.
And I suppose now, Bob, you're relying on the guys sat next to you to magic some strategy to get you back in this thing.
Core Motorsports is known for his strategy, so letting them do all the hard work.
Okay, Bob, I'll leave you to it. All to do down here in Core Motorsport after we saw Billy Johnson taking that penalty, John. A little bit rusty there at the start, wasn't he? Unfortunately.
Yeah, absolutely. maybe could have been told by the team as well. Remember, you've got to stay in line till after the line. You follow the hash marks, basically. Just saw a BMW go off. It was the number 43. It was driven off at turn number 5. And that's Sean Quinlan in the Stephen Cameron Racing BMW M4 GT4. We've stayed green on that. Jimmy, I knew I'd do that. Billy Johnson in the 59 with the fastest lap of the race. Back on lap number 6, so 4 laps ago. So the dander is well and truly up there. Good run through the Le Mans chicane by the leading TCR Audi. Sequential box for Chris Miller. A little bit heavier, a little bit more expensive, but the gears shift better. Bit of a trade-off for the weight, but there are either version. There's still a DSG version available for that, and they are interchangeable on the car, so it's up to you and your drivers what you want. Good run through the chicane there on the back straight. The bus stop being renamed the Le Mans chicane, and the first virage on the Ligne droite en arrière has been named the Daytona bus stop. There's a little bit of partnership between the ACO, Pierre Fillon, president of the ACO, here yesterday. Here today actually. Got to the track this morning, I believe. So the battle for the lead is Alfa versus Audi. Warmest it's been all week. Started the race at around about 18 Celsius. Track temp 24 degrees with a bit of weak sunshine on it, but it's sticky. 73 degrees humidity out there. People laughed at me when I came in shorts and a t-shirt this morning. The seaweed out of the hotel window worked its magic again. Oh, touch! The Volt Racing Aston Martin being run this year by Wright Motorsport, which I can't quite get my head round. They're a very good team, but we normally associate them with Porsche, and just clipped the back of the GT4 Toyota ahead of it, and that would have been the Smooge Racing car, the leading Toyota in fact, and that car recovering without losing position, but a little bit of a sideways moment for the Smooge Racing car, which has at the moment 14th position, and it's, as I said, did not lose too much forward momentum either for John Jesbret. Apologise for mangling his name early on.
Yeah, sharing that car with Kevin Conway, who's a veteran driver, a lot of success in Lamborghini sometime and in NASCAR before that. And also taking the third stint in the car is going to be Jack Hawksworth, so watch out for him.
Oh dear, yeah. Oops. Slow-moving Hyundai. It's the pole-sitting car, the number 98, the new car that was only delivered this week. Now down on the apron, and that was slowing as it came out of turn number 6, and a whole gaggle of machinery having gone by it. So this is awful news for what was the pole-sitting car in TCR. Excuse me, the sister car to the pole sitter. Now a few people here thinking there might be a full course yellow and diving into the pit lane, including the red number 99, and that is the Honda, one of the Hondas, sharing the WTR pit box. Shea Adam was watching that one.
The car is still up on the jacks. I'm wondering if perhaps this had contact with the 98 out on the circuit at some point. They're still working in the left front of the car. They did replace the front tires, or replace the right front at the very least, and added a little bit of fuel for Victor Gonzalez's organization. There's a driver change going on as well, so Ruben Iglesias and Victor Gonzalez both getting a chance to drive the car. The wheels are spinning fruitlessly, trying to get some traction. There we go. Now it manages to roll back off the pit lane, and there are pit boards that are starting to be dangled, so I think this could trigger a bunch of stops.
Yeah, so in and out for the Victor Gonzalez Racing Team VGRT machine.
Yeah, and different colours on that car for this season, and a different name as well for Victor Gonzalez Racing Team. Looking for some better luck. Everything that could go wrong did go wrong for that team, it seemed like, last year. But yeah, they're back again this year. Carl Whitmer is going to be driving on a regular basis with Victor Gonzalez this season, but Carl is back home in Canada, expecting their first child very, very soon.
Wish them all the best with that. Alpha from second into the pit lane, still green, full course yellow now, full course yellow just after the Alfa Romeo Daytona sponsored car came into the pit lane. Shea Adam.
Fuel only for the little Alpha that can, and the engine being revved up as the driver wants to go back out on the circuit. They are doing a full fuel load. Perfect strategy call from the geniuses at KMW. And there we go, fuel probe is out. No pressure to try and go back out on track, but engaging it in gear does help. Now the little Alpha roars away, and yeah, full course caution. So a lot of people up on the wall. We are still short of that minimum drive time, though, remember?
Yeah, very good point, Shea. You can service the car, but if you are trying to get your driver to the minimum drive time, we are, what, 6 minutes short at the minute, 5.5 minutes short. We've got the safety crews already at the Hyundai.
Yeah, but the good news is they've already got they've got the fuel in the car. So even if they come in now and change drivers after the 40 minutes has been elapsed, but look, it's a 4-hour race, so that 40-minute minimum isn't nearly as kind of crucial. Well, it's crucial still, but
well, you've got to get to it.
You've got to get to it at some stage. But you've got plenty of time during this race, because there are certainly going to be some teams that get their driver out after 40 minutes, but the majority of teams are probably going to run a couple of stints for the first driver. Maybe not. Some of them are in any case. But by now having made that stop, they'll be able to pack up now behind the safety car once this has picked up the leader. And then if they come in again, it'll be a much faster stop for them because they won't need that much fuel. But yeah, we're only, a little bit over halfway through a fuel stint here for most of these cars, so they're not requiring a full tank of fuel if and when they do come onto pit lane.
Yeah. How many laps have we actually done?
13.
Thank you.
And 24 laps, I think, is the sort of the goal for quite a few of these teams, I believe.
Thank you, Jeremy. It's Jeremy Shaw with me, John Hindhaugh, in the Haggerty Global broadcast booth, overlooking the immaculately manicured green lawn. Great American race mown into that. Whose job that was? Oh, you think it's been sort of painted on? Maybe. The Daytona logo picked out in white with the coloured flags, and a decent crowd sitting in front of our booth as well, enjoying a little bit of warmth for the first time this week. Huge crowd on the infield, driving through this morning, came in through the back car park by the airport and then cut through some of the camping, and it is absolutely packed. I'm looking over towards the exit of the International Horseshoe, the fence line there, very busy, the bleachers there, very busy, and also really good little set of bleachers just beyond the kink, beyond which are our friends with the classic VW air-cooled campers and some old Porsches, and the Ratlook T1s are my favourite. I think they look absolutely fantastic. Coming in the back way through that area and giving a little bit of a closer look to the new Hyundai Lantra than some of those campers expected. So the pass for the lead that has put the Porsche of Stephen McAleer ahead was a tight exit, but a very impressive and efficient exit from the International Horseshoe earlier in the race, and Andrew Davis realising that there was no point in fighting at that point. Stephen McAleer pulled out over a second after that, but of course that's now disappeared.
It's more than that. It was almost 4 seconds, really? Actually. Yeah. But before the caution period came out, and the two of those were 5 seconds clear of the third place car of Hugh Plum.
GS cars come in. Let's go to Shea Adam first of all.
Well, we've got the 71 Rebel Rock Racing Camaro is in. That is fuel and tires, no driver change for Michael Cooper. He's staying in the car for at least one more stint. RS1, we do have a driver change. Stephen McAleer getting out, Eric Figueres getting into that Porsche. Fuel and tires for them. We've got Bolt Racing in, and it is the right group going to work, but Bolt Lightning on this car. It is fuel and tires for the Aston Martin. And one more car, we've got both of the Turner BMWs in. Fuel and tires for them, no driver changes for any of the last ones I said.
And I'm trapped between Turner BMW and the Mustangs 40 and 41, the pink distinctive Mustangs, fuel and tyres. It's very, very it's a got-to-do tactical move when you pit under yellow. However, when everybody else gains that advantage tactically, it's back to stalemate.
The first car to roll away from the box was the 71 Rebel Rock Camaro, and because they're in the fast lane, they get the advantage over the 28 RS1 Porsche. Very nearly contact from one of the Turner BMWs leaving its box on a tire a few pits further up. One of the last cars actually to leave its box was the Black Swan Racing Porsche, the 540.
The 40 Mustang, he got bought by a team member who was dealing with the right rear on the 41 car, and that's cost him. You know what? The pit stop was done in front of its teammate, before its teammate. However, it goes out behind the 41, even though the 40 pit crew did beat their other team members. That's a shame. Everyone back out. You know what? We've got a clear pit road. It's frantic.
Yeah, that was the PF Mustangs that Joe was talking about, 40, 41 and 42, and got caught up in their own pit stop there, Jeremy.
Yeah, and the number 43 car saw just coming out of the garage area there as the cars were making their way out of pit lane. So that Stephen Cameron BMW that had a problem earlier on has now, I think, it's actually on pit lane right now, getting some fuel, I think, and then we'll look to rejoin the race.
It'll be the TCRs in last time around. Let's have a look onto the dark green BMW and see who is at the front of the GS field.
Well, we had
some people who didn't stop there.
4 cars, I reckon, that didn't stop that time around. Number 8, which had been running in second place, that's Andrew Davis.
Yeah, the Porsche.
Yeah, number 24, Drew Stavely, who was running 6th, and then 2 cars that were further back down the order. Mark Siegel and Ted Giovannis didn't pit either.
Ted Giovannis has got a whole yes, that's exactly right. So that's McCann Racing, Ian Lacey Racing, and Carbon with Perrigan in Porsche, Ford and Porsche, and then the Team TGM, Ted Giovannis Porsche, in 4th position before the line of TCRs.
Yeah. And again, the reason particularly for the number 46 car, Ted Giovannis, he was running at the back of the pack. In any case, he is definitely one of the drivers who can do 40 minutes and then get out. And right now we're only, 32 minutes into this race, so he's another 8 minutes away from serving his minimum drive time, so he won't be in until that 40 minutes window has elapsed. If it comes out right around about the time they're pitting, he may well come in. It takes about 47 seconds to drive down the pit lane here.
Right, there's another car that hasn't stopped, but I think that's a TCR that's decided not to come in. Yes, it is. That is the number 99, because they got in just before the it was called a full course yellow. So it's going to be, I think it's going to be, when all of this shakes out, it's going to be the Alpha, of course, because they timed their stop perfectly. Shea Adam.
Fuel and tires only for the following cars: the 33 and the 54 Hyundais, the 17 Audi of JDC Miller Motorsport, and the championship defending number 1 Brian Herta Autosport Hyundai. They are fuel and tires only again, no driver changes yet.
So we've got the 61 Roadshagger car in, that's the Audi RS3, fuel only. We've had an inspection also on the 15, the Techniseal car, and a crew member went around the car whilst the fueler was on. He's given the thumbs up, the tyres are fine. Everybody back out, 15 and 61 pitted.
Lovely to hear the sounds of the rattle guns close up from our pit lane reporters. Good to have 2 back on pit road as well, so that on a field as big as this, we can cover it very well. Robert Wickens stayed in the car at that run through the pit lane. We'll reset the order in both of the categories when we come back around.
Yeah, and that the Victor Gonzalez Racing Team, Honda, that came in right before the caution, they came in a little bit too late, because by the time they got back out again, they were lapped down to the race leader. However, by staying out now when the other leaders for TCR came in, I think they will probably get back onto the lead lap again. So that's the good news for that team. If they'd been closer to the front, they might have been okay and made that stop without losing a lap. But I think they're going to get it back again. Have to wait and see until they come around.
Final wave by has been called for by the race control. Yeah, and again, new season, so those of you not familiar with the rules here in the IMSA Michelin Pilot Challenge, should be the same in the Rolex 24 tomorrow. When we get ready for a restart, any cars that are in between the safety car and then back down the field to its class leader, only two classes in this race, there's GS and TCR, so any TCR cars that are still have not been lapped by the race leader in TCR ahead of him on the racetrack, they can cycle past all the GS cars and the safety car and pull around to the back of the field. Well, if they've got time to do it. And then they will be effectively, they are then back on the lead lap and not inconvenienced by this caution period. It's up to the teams, though, to identify that they are in a position to take that wave round and do so themselves. They aren't instructed, they're not instructed by race control to do that.
I checked in with Brian Hurd Autosport on what was the cause of the 98 coming to a stop out there. That is the Hyundai that is being driven by Parker Chase and Harry Gottsacker this year. It just lost all drive. They aren't sure what's wrong with it yet, but they're not concerned about it happening to another car, so that's the good news.
Well, it's happened to another car earlier on this weekend, so I think it was that car actually that had the problem earlier. That was a brand new car. Is that car, the pole-sitting car? That's 98.
The 77 was the pole, so that was the 98 that stopped. Okay. It's the same colour scheme in terms of still being quite new.
So the 99 car is in line there. It's 1, 2, 3, 4, fifth car in line. It's eligible for the wave round, so if they're going to do that, they better get on with it. Because
this is the Victor Gonzalez Racing Team car, Honda Civic we're talking about.
Ruben Iglesias there, who's a former drag racer from Puerto Rico. He's filling in this weekend for Victor Gonzalez, and they need to tell him on the radio to get the wave round. Otherwise, they're going to lose that opportunity to get back into a position from which they can challenge.
Yeah, good point, that,
guys.
Hello.
Yeah.
Hello, chaps.
And Jim Jordan is helping out that team. He's got a massive amount of experience for many years with Mazda, helping out the Honda teams these days. And I think he's calling the strategy, so he's certainly assisting that team in any way he can. But right now, Ruben is staying in line. So I don't know, maybe there's a radio issue with that car. I don't know.
Thank you, Jeremy. At IMSA Radio, if you want to get in touch with us, live in sound and vision from Daytona International Speedway, all free, of course, on the audio side to everybody in the world. If you're outside the US, you can watch us with no interruption, no commercial considerations, no breaks whatsoever. Full coverage with the whole team trackside for this great event, and that will be the same tomorrow as well, of course. So hello to everybody in the UK. If you've stayed up for this one, what is it? Oh no, it's only 7:20, quarter past 7 in the evening. So perfect for your Friday evening viewing. Suspect there'll be quite a few tuned in at IMSA Radio. If you'd like to get in touch with us, if you want to catch up with anything that's happened earlier in the week or our preview shows, IMSARadio.com is the home for all of our content from the Radio Show Limited network for all of the IMSA series. Great interviews with Shea and the preview for this championship as well as for the WSC tomorrow, and an opportunity for you to catch up on all the sessions during the week.
I think the Victor Gonzalez Honda was ahead of the TCR leading Alfa Romeo, wasn't it? I thought it was.
I think we're about to go great. No, we're not. We've still got the yellow lights out.
Yeah, there's still a little bit of confusion out there, I think, because before we go back to green, also in addition to getting any waiver rounds completed, and looks like nobody's going to take that advantage, the GS cars will move ahead of all the TCRs for the restart. The GS cars generally are quicker. They will start ahead of the TCR field.
So Phil, just coming past me, or about to come past me, we're staying under yellow right now. We're not going green, and that gives me an opportunity to speak to Luke Rumberg, who's in the number 6 Toyota. Luke, I take it everything went well. Tactically, that was the thing to do, come in and pit.
Yeah, right now that's what we need to do for our CMR 4-bush Toyota is get in here, get some new rear tires, add some fuel, try to stay out a little bit longer right now because we're slacking on, the top end speed, and I think this is really going to help us, get there at the end.
As a driver stood here watching everything unfold, how easy or hard is it to stay focused, stay calm, and not sort of get overly excited? I'm excited. I'm only a pit lane reporter.
It's really hard. I mean, being my age and 22 years old, you're just ready to go all the time. So, but it's just best to stay calm, keep your head straight, and look down, and keep going for what you got to do.
Thanks, Luke.
Thank you.
Joe Bradley squeezing that interview in before we go back to green with 3 hours, and it'll be about 3 hours and 17 minutes to go by the time the BMW safety car brings the field around the dark green competition.
Indeed.
M3.
And I think when we get the restart here, he can't come in right away. He has to take the restart and get going around and do one lap under green flag conditions. I wouldn't be surprised then to see the car that is currently running in 4th position, Ted Giovannis, come in and make his driver change and hand over that number 64 car to Owen Trinkler, who will bring it home from there. Owen Trinkler, the most experienced driver in this field, 170 previous starts in the Michelin Pilot Challenge dating back to 2001.
Shea Adam can update us on the Victor Gonzalez racing car. Shea?
I checked in with Jim Jordan after Jeremy was questioning about the issues that they're having. It's not a radio issue, it is a driver communication issue. They told Ruben to take the wave by, and he didn't know what they were saying. He thought that they were saying, watch out for the other cars coming through on the wave by, so he didn't take it at the first available opportunity. But they're working on it, and they said, you know what, it's a long race, we'll get the lap back.
Oh, well, good luck with that in this field, I tell you. Very competitive.
It's a shame he called the strategy absolutely perfectly.
Oh, yes, absolutely.
Well, in fact, he didn't, because they were going to be at the tail end of the lead lap, but which they are now in any case. They are ahead of the leader, so not technically yet one lap down.
BMW safety car heads back to the pits, and we're about to go green, and it'll be Andrew Davis who has held on to has gone back to the lead for McCann Racing. Drew Staveley for Ian Lacey Racing. Remember, these are the cars that didn't stop. There's 4 cars at the front of the field. McCann, Ian Lacey Racing, Car Bamworth Peregrine and Team TGM as they come to the line. The front 4 have not stopped. The first car in line that has stopped is GMG Racing. Check that, is Rebel Rock Racing, which is the Camaro, round the outside. This is a very good run indeed for the 71 white and green machine. No Frank Depew here this weekend, being ably subbed for by Michael Cooper. It will be Robin Liddell 8 at 96 has come into the pit lane for Turner Motorsport off the end of the restart lap. So minimum dive time has been met. And there's other cars in. We'll get to those in a moment, because the battle for the lead, penalty for the number 32 GMG Racing. First of the cars that had been into the pit lane, that was earlier on. James Shoffrenash will have to come back. The fire extinguisher not properly manned on that car. Urban Grid, Camaro, round the outside of the number 93 Car Bamworth Peregrine Porsche. Green stripes on that dark grey car, and Michael Cooper on the high side. Hello to Frank Depew, by the way. Hope you are enjoying seeing your car at the sharp end, and we'll welcome you back to IMSA Racing shortly. It's a good run by Cooper, also by the Number 95 right in the wheel tracks there. Number 95, Dylan McAvan, driven Turner Motorsport, BMW M4. Got a really good run off Speedway Turn 2. But it is Cooper who made the move early on in the Urban Grid Camaro and is trying to drag himself closer to the leaders. Best of the 4 performance PF racing cars. I think it's the number 41 in the pack at the moment, but that's got a good draft going over the top underneath our feet down through the tri-oval to turn 1. Meantime, in the sister car, a little bit of a slide through turn number 1. Right, let's pick up a few of the pit stoppers. Joe Bradley has one of the leading TCR cars in. This is the light grey number 61 Audi. Gavin Ernstone's done his drive time, Joe, and he's on his way to you.
Yeah, and he's driving straight past me, John, so that's a penalty for the 61 Roadshagger Audi, just straight by.
That's another improper fire bottle procedure, so that's 2 cars that have done that. Rusty maybe at the start of the season. Shea, what happened spin at the exit of the Western hairpin for Porsche. Thomas Collingwood, number 83. He's headed for the escape road so he doesn't inconvenience anybody else, but he put a couple of cars, or at least a couple of cars, went on the grass trying to avoid internecine battle going on between 2 of the 3 PF Pink Mustangs. On the high side on the banking, it's the number 40. On the low side, it's the 41. And I think the 41 had to go off track to avoid the spinning Porsche. Yes, it did. And the 540 Black Swan car got a clout up the inside. Also going off there was the Volt Racing Aston Martin in avoidance of that incident. Big spin. And the 540 Black Swan Porsche got the worst of that one in terms of the contact. But losing the places was Thomas in the 83 car. So we breathe again and we push on with a new fastest lap of the race from Eric Figueras in the RS1 Porsche. So he's a changed driver from the start of the race. Davis leads, so it's 2 Porsches from a Ford. Then Michael Cooper in the Urban Grid Rebel Rock Camaro. Then BMW. So 4 manufacturers in the top 5. Before in 6th position, Matt Travis for Nola Sport makes it 3 Porsches in the top 6. And a little bit of a gap. In TCR, with the pit stops completed, we thought it would be the Alfa Romeo that led, and it is the Giulietta VE, Tim Lewis behind the wheel of the number 5 car, now in black and gold. He's got about 3 seconds on Chris Miller in 2nd place in the JDC Miller Audi. Then the first of the hordes of Hyundais is Robert Wiggins in the 33. Been in since the start, Jeremy, doing a cracking job.
Yeah, indeed. And that Alfa then back in front again. There's that number 5 car and number 17 Audi having a good battle through the early stages of this race. There is the battle heading up onto the banking, and it's Chris Miller who leads, and between the 2 leading cars, that's number 89, well, that is Cameron Lawrence, who's managed to sneak past Robbie Wickens on that lap. So that's the battle then for 2nd, 3rd and 4th.
Joe Bradley has the 83 BGB Porsche in. We've gone past the drive time, Joe. Was there a driver change there?
Yeah, there was a drive change. This car is not it's not just a routine stop though. It's showing signs of damage on the left rear corner with traces of blue and bright pink paint. It's the number 83 BGB Motorsport's going to be pushed back behind the wall. I'll try and grab a word with the driver, John, who's just got out, and get some insight as to what's going on here.
That was the car that was that spun a couple of laps ago and sent everybody looking for cover. Thomas Collingwood, the driver who was on board that. I thought they'd got away with that, if I'm honest. It was quite heavy contact with the 540 Black Swan Porsche 718 Cayman Club Sport RS.
Yeah, not quite sure what precipitated that spin. Maybe it was contact between those two. They were certainly very closely together as they kind of came into frame, weren't they?
There was the left rear of the BGB 83 car had evidence of somebody who had been rather closer to them.
Rather more closely acquainted than he was. Yes,
indeed. Yes. Should have asked their permission first, I think. At least introduced themselves before getting quite that close. We've had, just coming on to 50 minutes of the 4 hours. And the big stories in the opening moments. Billy Johnson penalised for getting out of line at the start in his Ford. He's fighting his way back. And now the 83 BGB car back behind the wall. Joe Bradley has the driver who brought it in, Thomas Collingwood, after an incident at turn 5 at the West End hairpin.
Thomas, I've already inspected the car. Traces of pink paint there, but I bet you knew nothing about that until you were pointing the wrong way.
I was facing the other way, and I saw everyone coming at me, and I just didn't want to get hit by anybody else, but it's a slow corner, so it was okay, but you know, that kind of happens when you got that many cars kind of trying to shuffle in one corner at a time on a restart. It's unfortunate, but, you know, that's it.
I've concluded from the damage on the rear of the car that that was a push. You actually got knocked into that.
Yeah, it just came out of nowhere. I was coming around the corner and wham, I got rear-ended and just threw me around. So somebody, I guess, kind of came in probably a little too hot in that zone, and it was probably a pile-up, and it just kind of hit me, I'd say.
Now, the car's gone behind the wall, Thomas. Is there any news or information as to what has gone on with the car and why it's gone around for a repair?
I drove here on a tire that fell flat. I don't know if it was bent wheel or flat tire, and we had a big warning on the dash saying PCM failure. So something electronic has been, you know, damaged as a result of the hit. So that's probably why we're over the wall.
That's unfortunate. That's unfortunate. I'm sorry, John?
I think that's probably the first driver from Newfoundland that you've ever interviewed in a pit lane.
I'm just going to tell Thomas that. So, Thomas, I'll shake your hand. You're the first driver from Newfoundland that I've ever interviewed.
There you go.
Yeah. Say hi to everyone back home.
Hey, everyone, the Newfie Bullets here. So, hello.
Thanks, Thomas.
Problem out on the circuit for the JDC Miller car.
Déjà vu.
And oh my goodness, this is crawling and it's stopping. The Liquid Moly Unitronic JDC number 17 Audi with what appears to be no drive in that car at the front of the field. We've got two Porsches battling it out again. Andrew Davis has seen this before with the RS right behind, RS1 car right behind him. It was Stephen McAlee and now it's his teammate. Andrew Davis did not pit last time around. He's staying out in that car, and this might work for him because we could be going full course yellow. Again, he's pitting. He's into the pits now as we are, and the yellow just comes out now. The yellow is out right now. And I think he may have been committed when he came into the pit lane. I think that will be all right. Shea Adam?
Driver change is going to happen. Andrew Davis jumping out of this car. He saw the deja vu about to happen and decided, no, I don't want to play that game again yet. So it is Michael McCann getting into the McCann Racing Porsche. I do love the livery on this car. They haven't lifted the car up, though. The air jack is not lifting the car during this tire change. They're fumbling with the air bottle to try and make sure there's enough pressure going through the system. When now they're coming back to check that the jack is okay. Fuel is going in, but there is no tire change going on during this pit stop. This is a disaster for the car that came in from the lead, and still the car is sitting on its 4 Michelin, not at all elevated. This is a terrible stop for the team that came in for the lead.
That is going to be very, very tight as well.
Oh, John, the refueler jumped off the car and all of a sudden the car went in the air. I think maybe having someone on the nose was stopping it from going up.
We've seen this before on Caymans, and now they go to work with the 5 stud wheels. I think they had a couple of them done. Maybe they had the, oh no, they're having to do all 4. Thanks to our colleagues at NASCAR Productions in Charlotte, we've just seen the yellow coming back out again. It's going to be very tight, and it will be, I think it will, if you look at the timing, it'll look like he came into the pit lane after the yellow, but it depends where he was on the pit commit line, and that'll have to be a decision from race control. It's a short yellow, Jeremy. Explain that to the world.
Yeah, the short yellow means that the pits, it was within 15 minutes of the previous caution period, so therefore we do not go through the whole pits are closed and wave arounds and pass-throughs and all that sort of stuff. We just they clean up the incident, they set the field so the GS cars are ahead of TCRs, which will help quite a few cars that have made that pit stop right after we went back to green last time around. But yeah, the pits are generally closed when the caution period comes out, but that car was already committed to the pit, so I think he's going to be okay, but it was very marginal.
I've checked the data, we can do that. He was 1 second after the full course yellow was called as to when he tripped the pit in line. I would suggest that 1 second means he was in the pit commit lane before that happened, and therefore the team manager will be arguing it would have been dangerous for him to then swerve back up onto the track. But that's a conversation that will have to go on with race control and not with the Haggerty Global Broadcast Centre. Number 17, Liquid Moly JDC Unitronic Audi is underway, but not with 4-cylinder 2-litre Audi power. It's being towed back, and it looked like the right front wasn't very happy. I wonder if that's a drive shaft issue or some kind of drive line issue for that car. They're dragging it round the Western hairpin at the moment. It ran out of drive coming out of the International Horseshoe, and so they've got pretty much a full lap to get that car back. No takers from the GS field. So RS1 are back in the lead, having done their pit stop. Pits will not open, as Jeremy's just mentioned and Shay's just reminded me. We've still got Drew Staveley in second, who has not yet pitted for Ian Staveley Racing's Ford Mustang GT4, the number 24 car. Michael Cooper now for Rebel Rock Racing, the urban grid car, white and green. That's the Camaro, the single Camaro now in the Michelin Pilot Challenge field. In third position, Dylan McAvern for Turner Motorsports, number 95 BMW in fourth. Fifth, Matt Travers for Nola Sport. These have all stopped. Hugh Plum, Team TGM, sixth for Porsche in the 46. Mark Siegel has not stopped for Carbon with Peregrine Porsche. And that's the number 93 car in seventh, dark grey with green accents. Bob Bacalian, Motorsports in eighth position, has stopped twice.
Yeah, because he took over from Billy Johnson. The first stop was a penalty. The second stop was a driver change.
Yes, thank you. Well done for reminding me about the drive-through. In eighth position there, in ninth, John Branham for Automatic Racing's Aston Martin, number 27. 10th, PF Racing, the best of the PF cars, is Hayley Deegan in the number 42. Smooch Racing, Toyota in 11th, 12th, Black Swans Porsche. Wonder if they've got some damage after that side-by-side contact with the spinning BGB Porsche. NTE Sport in 13th position.
And the rule about the pit commitment, if cars that are four wheels left of the solid double yellow lines are up to the 3 hash marks on the left, which is on the driver's left coming towards the pit lane, are considered to be committed to the pits as it pertains to full course yellows.
It's going to be tight. I think that's going to be tight then. I'm looking at the 3 hash marks now with the binoculars, and
mighty close.
It's going to be mighty close.
He'll be jolly unlucky if he gets pinged for that.
So the 17 Liquid Moly JDC Miller car just grinding to a halt coming out of the International Horseshoe. Clobbered the curb. Oh, now clobbered. Looked like he clobbered the curb at turn 2. Oh, I need to see that a little bit. That is going to be so tight for the yellow coming out. I'm going to go out on a limb, and I think he's done it. I think he's just about made it. I think he was between the 3 and the 2 hash marks, but my goodness, how you decide that a second with the car braking to a second in time is an absolute, because that's what's on the timing and scoring monitor to when he actually tripped the pit lane. Yeah, I mean, marker itself.
And his eyes, they're on the the perpendicular line to make sure he hits the pit speed as he's coming down into there. We'll go back to green, aren't we?
Confirmation for that number 17 JDC Unitronic Audi. They lost drive. We're going back to green. Let's find out who gets the best restart. Just over 3 hours to go. We're a quarter of the way into the BMW M Endurance Challenge at Daytona, and it's a Porsche that leads away from a Ford, a Chevy Camaro, BMW, then 2 more Porsches. That was a busy start down into turn 1. Much better to be at the front. And Figueras has done the job that he needed to do. Well done, Eric, because he has got to the first corner first, and he's pulled away just a little bit. Everybody else fighting for position. Huge move for the Chevrolet in 3rd position, trying to go around the outside of Drew Staveley in the Ian Lacey racing car. Now that car's not stopped, so won't have the grip levels from the new Michelins of the cars that stopped in the last caution. So Staveley fighting a rearguard action. This is great news for RS1 and that Porsche at the head of the field, the number 28 car, because he's holding up the rest of the pack. Cooper, McGovern, Travis, Hugh Plum in 6th position. In the TCR, the Alpha took the restart in the lead from the number 89. In 2nd place, that's the first of the Hondas with Cameron Lawrence at the wheel. Good to see that car right up there as well.
Yeah, so that the number 8 car then, having made the driver change, is now at the back of the pack in GS. The caution period was certainly good news for those cars that had made the pit stop under the previous caution but had not yet caught up with the back of the pack, and those would be the number 64, 14, 21 and 56 that are from the 24th position back but are on the lead lap and in that train of cars.
Just panicked for a moment there because I saw a green flash down on the pit lane. It wasn't Joe Bradley, but it was a Porsche. It was a Porsche 718. Joe, that looked like a long stop.
It was the 93, the carbon with Peregrine Racing entry came in, and by the time I've made my way up, the fueler was on the car for a long time. That indicates to me that it was pretty much out of fuel, and pitting there right as we went green, that's tactically a little bit unsound. Driver change as well, and a full fresh set of tyres.
Thanks, Joe. So they will rejoin in some clear air off the road for the number 8 Porsche at the newly named Le Mans chicane, and that was a bit of grass tracking for one of the cars that was way up the front earlier on, and that's Michael McCann, who took over that McCann Racing car down in 27th position.
Indeed, yes, and got shuffled off on the grass. So he's got to hope that the front end of that car didn't sustain any damage, nor did the radiator inlets get clogged up with grass or debris or general detritus down there. So the good news is he got going again. Maybe cost him a couple of positions, but he's got some work to do from the back of the pack. But that team will be one of several that will make another driver change for later on in the race. Once Michael McCann's completed his 40 minutes, he'll be back in again to hand over to Andrew Davis to finish off the job, he hopes.
Let's check in with Carbon. With Peregrine running the Porsche that's just been at the pit lane. Joe Bradley.
Well, we've just described the 93 pit stop there. Mark, coming into the pits right as it's gone green, what was the reason behind the pit stop?
Well, we decided to stay out during the first yellow, and it was an opportunity. We have an interesting lineup because I'm the AM in the car. We've got 2 pros, so we just decided to run the car until we were out of fuel. In my stint there, we obviously didn't know the second yellow was coming out, so it might not have been optimal, but this is a long race. We got a lot of time to make our way back up, and I know that Tom Dyer and Tyler McQuarrie are going to do a great job.
Well, if you do what everyone else does, Mark Siegel, you're not going to make a difference. So I wish you the best of luck on that tactic. Thanks for joining us, Mark.
Thank you.
That was a good first stint there for Mark Siegel, and his son Nolan is going to be taking part, making his debut in the Rolex 24 tomorrow. He's going to be driving an LMP3 car, and Nolan is still a teenager. He's been racing in the USF 2000 Championship for the last couple of years and has had some solid success there as well. And Mark himself, Dad, he's made really good progress over the last couple of years and was turning some very good laps in that car barn with Peregrine Racing Porsche. That team switching from the Audi with which they had so much success over the last few years, winning a championship a couple of years ago with Jeff Westphal and Tyler McQuarrie. And a good stint there by Mark Siegel, one of the team principals there.
At the head of the field, it is still RS1 Porsche in the lead. Eric Vilgreas, who is leading. Dylan McIvern in second for BMW. He's got company. That's the Michael Cooper-driven 71. Camaro in third. Then about a second further back, it's the rest of the field. And that's a change of position, isn't it? Because the Urban Grid car was passed on the drag down to the newly named Le Mans chicane, formerly the bus stop, the artist formerly known as the bus stop, last time around. So that is a change of position that sees Dylan McIvern now in second for the new BMW M4 GT4.
It was interesting to see the speed differential there, wasn't it?
That's called a drag, isn't it?
Yes.
And that Chevy Camaro it does not seem to be the fastest thing in a straight line here. He's already dropped back a good 6 or 8 cars then. 3 wide. Murillo Racing down on the bottom, and 2 of the Toyotas right alongside. Now, who is going to be the last of the late breakers as they come underneath us and down towards turn 14? It is the 56 Murillo Racing car, with Eric Foss at the wheel, Rabin Abdelvari and Michael McCann right in there as well, with the 2 Toyotas. Sheena Monk, I think that is, and Thiago Camilo. So that's who was battling, and that was Eric Foss going by the 2 Toyotas who were running side by side. Now, if you didn't already know, aerodynamicists will tell you that running side by side is not the most efficient way to do it, and Toyota have just did a show and tell for us. That's lovely. Thank you very much.
Yeah, certainly Michael McCann got a great view of that, didn't he?
Yeah.
He's trying to make a move here on Sheena Monk, going down into turn 6. I think that's not going to quite turn 5. Excuse me. That's not quite going to work. But
down the inside at 6. Very brave. You've got to be super late on the brakes, then just roll off the brakes and get to the apex first. Couldn't do it. Actually, you do that, and then it almost always compromises you up onto the banking. But he's got a great-looking tow at the front of the field.
Yeah.
This RS1, green, black and white, CBW Racing supported number 28 GT4 RS Club Sport, is absolutely flying, drifting in to the bus stop last time around.
Yeah, that Community Beer Works, love that name.
Hello.
Porsche. Eric Filgueras, he's from Cocoa Beach in Florida, so not far from here. He's been around the sport a long time. His dad was a racer, albeit in offshore powerboats many years ago. Great character. But Eric, he's been trying so hard to make a professional career for himself. He raced in the USF 2000 Championship. He won the secondary class in that back in 2016. And he's been trying ever since then to get himself a proper ride. He's got it for this year. Great news for him. He's worked super hard to be in this position, and boy, is he showing himself in a good light here at Daytona. His home track. He's just thrilled to be here, and he's taking full advantage of it, leading this race and pulling away from former series champion Dylan McIvern in second position.
Nick Galante in the number 6 Toyota GT4 Super GT4 GR, Gazoo Racing, for Forbush Performance, has got damage to the rear of that car, and it's getting slightly more obvious. Meantime, had another car coming back, the Hyundai number 98, which we lost earlier on, is back in the fight. Now I'll just wait till it trips the line for Brian Herter Autosport to see if it's Harry Gottsacker or Parker Chase in that car as it heads back out into the fray. It's not yet appeared on the timing screen. I'll tell you that in a moment, because we've got 2 more Porsches side by side, the GMG number 32 and Team TGM 64 car into the bus stop chicane. Volt Racing Aston Martin sitting right behind them as well. He's battling for positions all the way through the GS. Don't forget the GS bronze category as well. Currently James Sofronas leading that in a very creditable 10th overall in the Porsche number 32. So that's the car that was battling there, and that's blue and white Toyota. The rear bumper cover is getting very, very loose and flapping on the high banks right in behind that car. The number 12 Aston Martin is sitting right so close for Manny Franco.
Yeah. Manny Franco making his professional racing debut this weekend.
No way.
Yeah, absolutely. And he's driving with two guys who have a fair amount of experience. Romeo Capugia, who's from Barrington, Illinois. He's driven in various different series, various different cars. He's done made several starts in Rolex 24. He's raced in this series previously, but not for a long, long time. He made his debut in this championship back in 2005. And Josh Hurley, who is one of the driver coach there for Manny from Livermore, California, he's had a lot of success before, including winning the VW Jetta TDI Cup
which you drove in a few years ago.
Yeah. But Manny Franco, they were both, Romeo and Josh were telling me how quick Manny Franco is as a first timer. He did 4 races last season of Ferrari Challenge, won 2 of them, and they said he was quick. He's showing it right now.
Yeah, and right in behind that number 12 Aston Martin with Manny on board for NT Sports. The Riley Motorsports, Tiago Camilo driven number 14 Super GT4. Then it's Michael McCann coming back through the field. Raman Abdul-Vahabi for Automatic Racing in the 09. Then Sheena Monk in the Toyota Supra. Then Gary Ferreira. Now they're battling for 20th on down. You would think that was the last lap of the 24-hour race, the way they're going on at the moment, and we've still got 2 hours and 50 minutes, near enough to go. Further up the field, battle for second position with the Urban Grid car trying to go around. Well, no, he's been passed, hasn't he? He's been passed, so that's another place lost for the 71 Camaro. He had Dylan McIvern go by him, 3 or 4 laps ago. And now there's a Porsche ahead of him as well. And this is Hugh Plum moving forward. Haley Deegan right there as well. And behind that in 6th position is Matt Travers for Nola Sport. The leader's got away by 5 seconds. That RS1 Porsche is so quick. And then we've got second down to 6th within just over a second. Slip here could be very costly indeed. But there's no doubt to me that the class of the field at the moment, never mind that it's a brand new Porsche, but RS1 have got their heads around this new 718 GT4 RS Club Sport that we're seeing for the first time in competition in this Michelin Pilot Challenge for the BMW M Endurance at Daytona. RS1 have got it nailed. Haley Deegan trying to make a move forward. 5th at the moment for the first of the PF Pink Mustangs.
Yeah, she's doing a nice job, isn't she, Haley, in that number 40 car. 42 car, excuse me, from Michelin.
Pass for second there, Jeremy, and a pass also further down. Haley doing a very good job. She made up a position there. She's up to 4th, and Hugh Plum's up to 2nd. That was that little battle pack that was going on, and that was all happening on the brakes into the newly named Le Mans chicane at the back of the circuit.
Yeah, from Temecula, California is Haley Deegan. Her dad, Brian, massively popular and successful in all sorts of different disciplines.
Using the draft nicely, as you'd expect from a stock car driver, and being dragged through to be side by side with Hugh Plum, who was in second a moment or 2 ago. He goes back to second now because he had the inside line at turns 1 and 2. Eric Figueroas is away by nearly 6 seconds. Then it's Plum, McIvern, Deegan and Cooper. Michael Cooper back into this as well. So 4 cars disputing second place as they come out onto the infield short chute out of the International Horseshoe and down towards the kink. And it's the BMW of Turner Motorsport in those BTCC Renault tribute colours, as we learned from Peter Mackay earlier on today. In TCR, Honda now leads. Cameron Lawrence in the Hart Racing number 89 car. Great to see the red, white and black FK7 Honda Civic back into racing. Tim Lewis Jr. for Alpha in 2nd position. So that was a big lead that's been chased down there. The Aero Paint sponsored car. Nicely done from the Honda of America race team. And the Tim Lewis Jr. car, which now have they made a stop now, the Alpha? Because they, oh no, they made their stuff just before the caution, didn't they? They timed it perfectly. That's how they got the big advantage. But then, of course, they lost that in the second safety car outing.
Yeah, but they only took on a splash of fuel, so Ryan Block still has to drive that car, and it will be Tim Lewis Jr. who will finish. That team won a couple of races last season.
Problem on the backstretch for Sebastian Blakemorlan in the 27th position. Black Swan Racing 540 Cayman Club Sport RS. For a moment he was slow. No, he's still slow. Still slow. So that is not all well, I'm afraid, with that Cayman Club Sport. All brand new cars for 2022, taking their styling and their motive power from the new road-going GT4 Club Sport, GT4 RS. Blakemorlan did not pit last time around. Well, having sampled the Cayman, the regular Cayman GT4 not so very long ago, albeit on the roads in the UK, people tell me that the RS is a massive upgrade and is noticeably quicker. I just want to say, I'm not sure I live on an island big enough to exploit its power. I think I might run out of room before I did. Still, this battle for TCR. Yeah, it's fun, isn't it, between the Honda of Cameron Lawrence, who I think probably is the only guy on that team that's not a Honda employee, official Honda employee. I don't think he is in any case. Everybody else on that team is a all volunteer team of Honda America Racing Team. They're based in the plants, the 3 plants that Honda has around Marysville, Ohio, and they all work in different parts of the factory, either in R&D or manufacturing, and it's a great program. And all of their work on that car is done in the team's spare time. Every aspect of it as well. Really cool stuff. Great to see that car up in front again. But that battle there for 3rd, 4th and 5th, the Hyundais, and Michael Johnson in car number 54, hanging right there in the 6th position as well. Now, in case you're not familiar with Michael Johnson, he's paralysed from the shoulders down. It's just an amazing story. He was, as a teenager, he was involved in a horrible motorcycle racing accident, broke his back, but undaunted, he's come back to racing and has been fast, and he's fast again today, running in 6th place in car number 54.
Red Tiger Racing was just down the pit lane, but this time it was to stop in their box for full service, fuel and tires. No driver change, not yet. Gavin Ernstone loves this track, and he's excited about doing all the driving he can. Although Tom Morley, when he takes over a bit later, has someone special on the box for him. His dad, Bill, is here this weekend to cheer him on. But I did look, and this time the pin was out of the fire bottle. That was their transgression. For BGB getting a fire bottle not properly manned penalty, that was because their person was on the wrong side of the wall. All good down at Road Checker this time.
It's just new season wars, isn't it? The stars and stripes of the number 27 Aston Martin coming into the pit lane. And now, whose end of the pit lane is that now? Because our pit lane have swapped round, so that'll be Joe Bradley.
Yeah, 27 Aston into the pits. What a great stars and stripes livery that is. We're having a driver change, fuel's still going on, and tyres, so full service for the 27. It's the Automatic Racing, Paul Kleebler and John Branham. Not sure who started the car, John, so it's John Branham who started the car, who's helping Paul Keebler into the car now. It's the co-driver who assists the incoming driver. We're about done. However, no sense of urgency coming here, with attention being given to the right front corner. New tyre without any urgency whatsoever. This Aston Martin still on the pit apron, new driver in, and kind of, right, the whole right-hand side, they've got no wheels on yet, so there's a problem with this car. That remains to be seen what exactly that is, John.
Internecine battle for 3rd and 4th in TCR between two Hyundai Elantra N TCRs. Taylor Hagler and Robert Wickens, who's been in this car since the start. And he's returned to racing. He chooses IMSA in the Michelin Pilot Challenge, the BMW Endurance Challenge at Daytona, down towards the back straight chicane, the newly named Le Mans chicane. Taylor Hagler proudly wearing the number 1 as last year's champion. I do like to see that. I know there is a worth in keeping your normal numbers if you're a driver, but I have no problem in the number 1 being used for the previous year's champion. Meantime, another 2 marks battling at the front of the field in TCR as they head into turn 1. The Hart Racing Honda, a little bit defensive there. Here comes the battle for 3rd and 4th. Big move down the outside by Wickens. He's going on the berm, got alongside Taylor Hagler, but can't make it happen. Right in behind another Hyundai Elantra. That's Tyler Maxson. Pole sitting car. That's the all-white car with the black wheel arches, bumpers and spoiler. It's the car that was on pole position. And then right in behind there is Michael Johnson in another Hyundai Elantra. This is the 54 car. So 4 Elantras. It is the Hyundai Horde battling for 3rd on down.
Yeah, all teammates there as well.
Yeah, not at the moment they're not.
No, but
they're not teammates right now. They're just competitors.
Amazing to me. 2 of those 4 drivers in those 4 cars are operating the cars with hand controls. Just amazing.
Yeah, brilliantly done. Michael, in fairness, Michael Johnson has been honing the development of these hand controls for quite some time over a number of manufacturers. He's tried a few different manufacturers. It's clearly working the best now, Jeremy, as they've worked through some of the development issues, but he's been on with a few different manufacturers, but this is very competitive indeed on this Hyundai, so the integration obviously is working very nicely indeed now. And I'm led to believe, Jeremy, and I know you've talked to the team here about this for Brian Herter Autosport, that literally one flick of a switch on the driver changeover and it's back to being a normally controlled car with hands and feet.
Yeah, quite incredible. And oh no, that's the Hart.
That was the leader. That was the leader in TCR last time around for Cameron Lawrence, and a spin also at the exit of the international hairpin for Ramin Abdul Vahabi. He was sitting just outside the top 20. Now, will they both get going? The Hart 89 TCR car is still running, but very slowly, so that will put the Alpha in the lead. The battling Hyundais show no sign of giving up. Behind them, it's William Telly, by the way. No, it's not. It's the Veloster. It's the Veloster of Rory van der Ster. So it's potentially 5 Hyundais there battling for 2nd position as the Hart 89 is into the pit lane and heading towards Shea Adam. Or is it Andrew Marriott by now? Well, we'll call that. We'll call that from here. They're looking at the front end of that car. Andrew's arrived. Go ahead, Andrew.
Yeah, John, you know, it happens a bit with pit reporting. You're one end of the pits and all the action happens the other end. So he's about a quarter of a mile away from me at the moment. I'm going to jog up there and see what we can see. But hopefully I'll get there in time.
So, right front is where the worry is. There is a tyre going on. There's fuel going in as well. But to use Joe's phrase, there's not a lot of urgency here. I'm not sure this car is going back out, although they have put a new wheel and tyre on, so maybe I'm wrong. And there's also a car sitting in behind. That's the Movo 32 Porsche. That looks a bit more like a normal stop. We'll get back to that in a moment and find out. I'm sure when Andrew gets there, he'll ask the team what has happened with the Hart Racing car that was leading in TCR. Now the Alpha into the pit lane for its regular pit stop. And also coming in, Robert Wickens. He'll be getting out of the car. Gets a huge slide on and almost loses it under braking as he brakes for the pit lane speed limit area. And here's the leader in TCR with Joe Bradley.
Yeah, the Alpha comes to a stop. It looks all pretty regular stuff. The two Hyundais come in behind it. One of those cars is Robert Wickens, of course, in the 33. And it looks like driver changes all round. I'm just looking over the top of the two Hyundais, and I can see the Alpha was in first, so it should, by all accounts, be first out. Just coming to the end of the stop, the fuel's still going in on the lead Alpha. This is a battle for the lead going on pit road, and seconds count here. And the first car off the jacks is the 54. However, fueling not done. The Alpha's still up on the jacks and the fueling going in. The 31 is still on its jacks. The 28 Porsche RS1 is in. The Alpha's out. The Alpha's done. And out goes the 54 Hyundai, and it's blocked by the 33. The 33 gets out first. And it's stalled, the 54 Hyundai stalled. It's the Johnson & Simpson car, the white and black livery with the blue front end, the Works Hyundai colours.
So all kinds of drama in Hyundai land with the Veloster being balked when it was trying to get out. In the meantime, the leader came into the pit lane, and we're waiting to see the RS1 car leave. It's already on its way, so that was, I presume, just fuel then for Eric, who I think has stayed in that car. Let's see when he trips the end. Eric Filigueras, who was leading the motor race. Robert Wickens, a phenomenal stint in the first hour and a half of this race. And still waiting for the RS1 car to leave. Yes, Eric has stayed behind the wheel of that car. The Hart Racing 89 was leading. The Honda was leading TCR. It's now being pushed backwards. Andrew Marriott was on his way up there to find out what was happening with that. We'll have a word with him in a moment, but that car looks to be out. Let's have a word with Robert Wickens. Sterling, Ironman, first stint back into motor racing here in the Michelin Pilot Challenge. Joe Bradley.
Get his breath back, guys, and then he's going to talk to us. His helmet's just come off, and as you can imagine, Sterling worked there. So come back to me in a second when Robert's ready.
So pit stops also there for Hugh Plum, who brought the number 46 car into the pit lane. He was leading the race, having a big battle with Dylan McAvoy, who now leads for Turner Motorsport in number 95 BMW. Haley Deegan in second position in number 42 Ford Mustang, and Owen Trinkler having taken over from Ted Giovannis, taking advantage of the most recent caution period. He's right in contention there in third place in car number 64.
So at the front of the field then, as the pit stops continue, let's take Andrew Marriott with the update on the number 89 car. That's the Hart Honda.
Yeah, I had to chase it down the pit road. I break into a sprint, John. I just caught up with mechanics. There was a major problem in the right front. They weren't very specific about what it was, but anyway, it's a problem in the right front, and they are out.
Robert Wickens, I am absolutely delighted to be talking to you. Your first race back and your first competitive race in a car here at Daytona. Tell me, how's it feel?
Oh, it feels good. Still trying to take it all in. I was having a pretty good fight there with Taylor. You know, she's the reigning champion for a reason. It was a lot of fun, but I've actually never even followed a TCR car all through the Roar, all through free practice. So that was kind of my first go at it, and trying to understand the slipstream, how it works, if it's strong or not. And yeah, it's good fun. It felt really good to fight again.
Physically, how do you feel? Physically in shape?
Yeah, physically I'm fine. I mean, I've been working hard for the last few months just in case I had this opportunity. With the help of Pit training in Indianapolis, we were making sure I was ready for anything. So I feel like I could have done another stint and another stint. I was just having a blast, and it was felt really good out there.
Robert, was it always the plan to go this long, or was it just the way the yellows fell?
I didn't hear the question.
Was it always the plan to go this long, or was it just the way the yellows fell?
I think the plan was try to split it as equal as possible between myself and Mark, and I saw a car going slowly up off of turn 6. and we were close to our pit window, and we decided to take the chance and pit under green in case there was a yellow to try to gain some track position. And by the sounds of it, it didn't go yellow, but it's all fine. We were still in our window, and everything's good.
Great stuff. Great to have you back, Robert.
Joe Bradley with Robert Wickens. What a great fight that he was having there. In the pit lane, the Hyundai Elantra with Taylor Hagley, he was having the scrap with from the lead. So that car getting service penalties. In the 40's going to get a penalty. The PF Racing car, they snagged the wheel gun on the way out, so that's definitely going to be a penalty there. But we've also got a drive-through, more people working on the car for, let me see, that's the number 32 that's taken that penalty. So that will be a drive-through for GMG Racing, and the other car that's picked up a penalty in that pit stop is the number 27, which was rotation of the wheels. That's the Automatic Racing Paul Keebler and John Branham car. John brought the car in, Paul took it out. So they'll be down the pit lane, as will the PF car, which I think was the number 40 that dragged the wheel gun out of it as well. Mechanical black flag for the number 59. That is the team's request, so they must have lost their radio on that Core Motorsport Ford Mustang. So mechanical black flag for that car. Joe Bradley, let's go down back to Joe for another interview. And where are you, Joe?
Well, I'm still in the Hyundai pit, and I was going to grab a word with Michael Johnson. However, we've got a bit of a situation here, John. An extinguisher's just gone off, so I've cleared out, and we'll grab a word later when this has calmed down.
Well, it's a bit calmer down here in Ford Mustang, although the 42 car has just come in. I'm with the driver, Harrison Burton, the 41 car, just out of the car, young Harrison. How's it racing around Daytona here?
Oh, it's been a blast to be at Daytona with a great team like PF Racing. It's a cool opportunity. Wish we could have ran a little better in the first stint. Just kind of got behind on track position, and I left it in Austin's hands to go try and make it up.
So obviously they put you in this car to learn about road racing. Are you finding it quite difficult, or are you getting your head around it?
You know, it's something I've done some in the NASCAR stuff, but never at a full sports car race. So this is definitely new for me, but really fun to learn, and lots of different things about these cars. Trying to figure it out all in race weekend's tough, but it's a blast, that's for sure.
Well, what's coming for you in the coming season?
Yeah, well, I'll be in the number 21 Ford for Wood Brothers Racing, which is going to be awesome in the Cup Series. So excited to go out and try that.
Right, young guys in the Cup Series, it's going to be interesting to watch. Harrison, thanks very much.
Yeah, very true. Very true indeed. Still waiting for that penalty for the pit equipment violation for one of the team cars, which I'm pretty certain was the 40 that left with James Pesek behind the wheel. Meantime, the incident involving the automatic Aston Martin with Chad Rahman Abdul Vahabi behind the wheel, and it was the Sheena Monk Toyota Supra as well that was involved. That is under investigation at the moment. Hectic little cycle through the pits. We've still got cars coming in from the head of the field. Matt Travis has just come in the Porsche, and also Michael Cooper in the 71. That is the Urban Grid Camaro in the pit lane. Robin Liddell, the Scotsman, also very much involved in running this team. Hello to Frank Depew, who's not here this weekend. I'm sure he'll be watching and listening. Let's pick up while these pit stops are going on a few more pit reports. He's Joe Bradley.
Yeah, just to report that Urban Grid Camaro pit stop, it's Robert Liddell getting into the car and taking over from his teammate. The car's pretty much done, just about to get the word to fire it up. The car fires up. That's always a good thing when the car fires up. It's off the jacks. Just got the fueling finished now, and away it goes.
Even on the limiter, that sounds really, really good, that big V8. So 2.5 hours to go, half an hour to half distance. Wheel rotation on the jacks. No, I think we reported that one, didn't we, for the car number 27. That's another drive-through. Yes, that was the automatic racing car. So much going on. So cycling through to the lead next time around, I think, will be Thiago Camilo in the Toyota Supra, the number 14 car.
Who is due a pit stop, I think, in is Camilo, the Brazilian there at the wheel of car number 14. Sharing that car with Alfredo Nadri, who started from the Dominican Republic, also Julian Santero from Argentina. So the all South American pair in there. Thiago Camilo, 37 years of age. He's one of the front runners in the Stock Car Brazil for quite a few years. Had 34 wins in that championship. Don't think he's ever won it, but he's finished in second place 4 times and third on 3 more occasions. So a huge amount of success in Brazil, in the most popular championship in Brazil. And now he's made a couple of starts here in the Michelin Pilot Challenge.
And as you spoke, he came into the pit lane. Eric Foss followed him in the 56 copper-coloured Mercedes. So that will be Michael McCann cycling back to the front of the field. Jason Hart is taking over the number 47 Nola Sport Porsche. He's on his outlap at the moment. So is Robbie Foley for Turner Motorsport in the 96 BMW. Robin Liddell, as we mentioned, in the Revel Rock Racing Urban Grid car. Capstone Motorsports, Chris Wilson is behind the wheel of their number 11 AMG GT4. But up to speed and back to the lead. McCann Racing. Where's the RS1 car? Answer down in 8th position. But that will all change because the car's ahead of the outlaps into the pits. And as he comes across the line, Eric Filigranas is 44 seconds behind the leader, who has not yet made his second stop. So Michael McCann, yes, leads for McCann Racing, but he'll have to give that up when he comes to the pit lane. Number 44. That's one of the Audis, the silver and blue car. That one going slowly. In fact, spun at turn 7 and continued. So that was a bit of a nasty moment for that Audi RS3 LMS. And that was William Talley, excuse me, on his first lap out in the NGP Motorsports RS3. So possibly cold Michelins on the back of that car, just a little rotation, but he has continued. He's getting back up to speed. 3rd position for Gavin Ernstone in the 61 Audi RS3 for Roadshagger Racing. He's got the Alpha and the Hyundai behind him. Mark Wilkins is his first worry in the 33 car that he's taken over from Robert Wickens. And then the Alpha behind there, just trying to work out who's got pit stops to us. The 77 leads at the moment, the Hyundai of Mason Felipe. Then it's Gavin in second. Another penalty, more than permitted numbers working on the car, and it is for last year's TCR champion. Michael Lewis is taking out the Hyundai Elantra in the number 1 car that Taylor Hagler brought in from the lead. They're sitting in 7th at the moment, and they'll have to go. Oh, Ernstone spins and hits the wall hard coming out of the back straight chicane, the bus stop, and that's going to be a full course yellow. He's not going to pull that car away from there. Sounded like the back end got away from him, heard the squeal before we saw the incident. So it'll be a drive through for Michael Lewis as we reported. And now, can Gavin get that going? Came through the first part of the Le Mans chicane at the back straight really well, but just hit a little bit too much curb on the penultimate part, the right part of the chicane. And the back end just broke away from him. Lovely through the first part. Got the car rotated, but then it was just going too much. Actually, it was going from the first right-hander. And he got his foot on the brakes, but it wasn't going to slow down. It's so quick through the middle and the exit of that corner. Safer barrier doing its job. Stopped the car, absorbed the impact. I wonder if he just put full left lock on and floored it, if that might have pulled itself straight there. Easy to second guess from sitting up here. Yeah, he was losing that slightly earlier in the piece. The back Michelin's giving up grip and throwing Gavin into the wall. Little blast of flame from the rubber debris from the front left disc as it bounces off the wall. He's left a couple of Michelin tyre marks on the wall there. Somebody pop over there tonight and just draw the rest of the car in. That'll be lovely. It's just almost a little smiley face on the wall, which Gavin won't have at the moment. Full course yellow number 3. The field will be closed back up again. And 1, 2, 3, 4. And just like that, it's all new Porsches at the front of the GS field.
Yeah, and Michael McCann had been, or that team, be wishing they brought him in to the pits
1 lap earlier.
1 lap earlier, yeah, because he's now going to, when he does pit, he's going to fall from first all the way to the back of that train of cars on the lead lap. And there's a lot of them still. There's probably 26 cars, I think, at least on the lead lap in GS. So the whole field is going to pack up. Then he's going to have to bring that car into pit lane. It's been about. It's been a long time since that car was in the pit lane. It was right before the previous caution, wasn't it? That was on lap 23. So he's done 21 laps, and it was just about due for a stop. There's another replay of Gavin Ernst's cars spinning around. That was pretty stout contact with the wall.
Safe Barrier just does a great job, doesn't it?
It does.
Very clever.
Yeah, but
it didn't bounce away from it. You saw it deform and come back. Looks like the AMR safety crew are just checking with Gavin.
Square on side. Yeah, that was a nasty hit, though. You don't want those side-on hits.
On the driver's side as well, yeah. He'll have had his bell rung there, undoubtedly. And nowadays, the potential of having a driver's head shaken around is somewhat mitigated by the ears on the seat, the protective ears, the hands device as well, of course, but even so, sideways impact and a very quick stop. Gavin will be feeling that. He's out of the car and he's got his helmet off. That's good news. He's talking to the IMSA AMR safety crew. Yeah, he's a little shaken up there. No, he's all right. He's just said, no, I'm fine. I'm absolutely fine. I could read his lips there to the AMR safety crew worker. So when the pits open, McCann have got to come in. The ambulance has just gone past him, actually, so he's going to have to work past it. That's not to say anything. So Kelly, if you're listening, he's fine. He's walking on his own without any aid, but he'll have to go for a checkup in the infield medical centre. No sign of the pits opened yet. There will be no pass around, says race control, and the pits are now open for GS. Andrew Marriott will watch the McCann Racing number 8 car come in from the lead, but it needed this pit stop. Just bad timing for them, Jeremy.
Yeah, and there's no need for the pass around because there are no TCR cars in between the safety car and the class leader. There's only a couple of cars, if that, between himself and the overall leader. Mike Lamara leads TCR. He has been lapped by the race leader. The car ahead of him on the racetrack is car number 6. That's Luke Rumberg, who is the first of the cars at 1 lap down in car number 6. So we've got 20 cars on the lead lap. The timing this is quite good news actually for number 9. Bad news really for number 8 because they were almost due a stop and they're leading the race.
That's the McCann Racing car.
Yeah, but then they were well down the order in any case. They were kind of off strategy with everybody else. The car this does benefit, however, is a number 93 because before this round of pit stops, that car was a lap down. It's now going to be able to make its pit stop. The Carbon car is now back on the lead lap, and he is going to be able to make his stop during this caution period, and therefore remain on the lead lap and be right with that leading pack for the restart.
It's Tom Dyer behind the wheel of the dark grey and fluorescent green number 93 Porsche. Sits in 12th position at the moment. We will reset to put the GS cars ahead of all the TCR cars. TCR leader has 5 GS cars between him and the next GS, which is Mason Filippi for the number 2 Elantra, for the number 77 Elantra, sorry, in second place. And then it's Mark Wilkins. And so the Honda Civic leads from a couple of Hyundais and the Alfa. Andrew.
The McCann car has just stopped on its marks, fuel going in. It looks as if they're just going to put, I thought they were only going to put 2 tyres on, but no, they are putting all 4 on. The lug nuts are flying off, and the boys are all going to work. Quite calm down here with this pit stop, but this is a big blow, of course, for this team. Obviously, strategy in these races sometimes just goes against you, and that's what's happened with these boys because they've been going so quickly. Fuel still going into, they're topping it right up. course, they were near their fuel stop, of course. And you can hear those ratchet guns going. Just reminds me that in NASCAR in this coming year, I believe they're going to a center locker, aren't they? And they've done away with this lug nut situation, which is great for the mechanics there, but the rattle gun's still going. And actually, the left front having a bit of a problem getting all the nuts on. And now they've done it, and it's off the jacks, and off they go. I'm just going to see if Andrew Davis was watching on there.
Well, Andrew,
there he is, there's Andrew. I'm going to see if I can grab him in a moment.
Well, Andrew, as you described it there, that means that the fuel hose was already out before that last wheel was fastened up. So effectively, they lost time there. Good news for them, it's under full course yellow, and that McCann Racing car back out into the fray. Robbie Foley also emerging from the pit lane in the number 96 BMW. Same above for Jason Hart in the number 47 Porsche. Let's go back to Andrew down at McCann Racing.
Sometimes they just come out at the wrong time, those yellows, don't they?
Yeah, they do. You know, this is always an exciting race, and we're a little off strategy now, but there's still a lot of race left, so we'll kind of see what happens. But now Michael's got a full load of fuel here and some new tires, so he was doing a great job kind of moving back up through the field. I had it easy because I was up the front, but yeah, action-packed as always with the Michelin Pilot Sport Challenge.
Yeah, Coach, you've won this championship in its sort of forerunners twice before, haven't you? So you know all about it.
Yeah, it is. But you know, GT4 racing in general is some of the most competitive, and here at IMSA, you know, they know how to do it right. So it's battles throughout the whole field, and it'll be like that for the rest of the race.
So you think you might have a chance for a podium?
I certainly hope so. You know, we've you know, these guys have worked so hard. I mean, we're new to the car. The Porsche is running great, but we're going to be there. We're going to fight as hard as we can.
Andrew, excellent, great to talk to you. Back to you in the booth.
Yeah, thanks, Andrew. We're not even halfway through this race, of course. There's going to be at least 2 more pit stops for the leaders in this race. This caution period, however, with the number 8 car peeling off to make its pit stop there. The car behind it on the racetrack was the car number 6, which was Luke Rumberg. He was the first car in GS to be 1 lap down. So he is going to be able to, before we go back to green, he will get the wave around. He'll be able to go past the safety car, because he is now ahead of the race leader and behind the safety car, go past the safety car and run around to the back of the pack. So he will be back on the lead lap again for the restart. So that's the good news for that number 6 car.
Just before we go back to green, quick hello to Gareth Evans, one of our very regular listeners and viewers from back in Europe. He's in the shed at the moment where he likes to build some scale models, and while he's doing that, he has several screens on, watching it and listening to IMSA content. He's been floored by COVID this week, warming up for the 24, feeling much better listening to the Michelin Pilot Challenge. Just proof if proof were needed that good endurance racing is a cure for anything. That has not been cleared by any medical authority. Back down to Andrew, who has the number 1 Hyundai in the pit lane.
Well, actually, it's just coming. The 33 I have, and it's all action down here. Here comes the number 1 just turning in and almost clipping my toes, and comes to a nice stop right on its marks. The fuel going in right in the left-hand rear quarter of the car, and what a good job this Korean company have done. I mean, even 15 years ago, thinking about races, well, you just wouldn't consider it, will you? But the Korean auto industry has just been so impressive in the last 15 or 20 years.
Alpha in the one and only Alpha in the TCR field, in for a bit of a splash and dash. It took on fuel only, and not much fuel by my calculation. That car is now back out. It's the BMW Motorsports with TMR Engineering to give it its full title, the number 5.
Yeah, there's several other cars that are now going to be back on the lead lap before we go back to green. They were between the race leader when when he was picked up by the safety car, so when the leader came into the pits to make that pit stop, number 8 car, those cars that were between him and the new race leader, which is number 28 car of Eric Filgueras, will be able to regain the lead lap. During that round of pit stops, we knew the 93 car needed to come into the pits. There were several other cars, however, that just came in just to top off with fuel. Number 47, I think, being the most significant of those. That car was in only
the Nola Sport Porsche.
The Nola Sport Porsche, yes, with Jason Haas at the wheel of that car. Now, we know how fast he is. He's won championships and is a reigning champion in SRO as well. So he's got lots of experience. Good strategy, I think, by that team. He was... Did you actually lead the race? Not quite, but he was running in second place before he made his stop on lap 42, out of sequence with everybody else, but certainly running in the top 5 or 6 before that. The other cars that came in for a splash were number 96 Turner Motorsport BMW, Robbie Foley now the leader of that car, and also the number 12, which is Thomas Merrill is driving the number 12 car. Thomas Merrill, not sure why he's driving the car. So Romeo Capuzia and Josh Hurley should have been sharing that car, so not quite sure what happened there at the number 12 team. That's the NTE Sport, along with MC2 Autosport, with that new team effectively for this season. That new tie-up for this season, and running a new car, an Aston Martin. It's Manny Franco's car.
Andrew has stayed down in Hyundai lands. We're still under full course yellow as the cleanup continues at the exit of the Le Mans chicane, the new name for the bus stop. Andrew has got last year's champion, Taylor Hagler.
I certainly have, and Taylor has got a very fitting blue nails, and they match the car's colours, of course. Taylor, that's a nice touch.
Thank you. Yeah, I just did it the other day. Blue, red, and a little bit of yellow for my colors.
Very good. Now, your race still only halfway through. How's it going?
I think it's going really well. I think I brought the car to Michael in a really good spot. I was running top up there for a while in like 3rd, 4th area. I think I brought the car to Michael in like 1st or 2nd, somewhere around there, and we had a decent pit stop. We did end up getting a penalty, so we'll serve our drive-through whenever we go green, and he'll just work his way back up and do what Michael does.
And will you drive it again, or is that you done for the day?
I'm done for the day. Yeah, I start the car, and then he just gets in and works his magic.
Absolutely. And what about the future for you? Would you like to move up to WeatherTech?
I think every driver would just want to keep moving up, but I'm really happy with Brian Hurd Autosports and Hyundai, so I'm happy where I am right now.
Great answer. Thank you very much, Taylor.
Yeah, and just a note from the Hart team, the Honda America Racing team, from Justin Bobinski. I think he works in the finance department there at R&D. I'm not quite sure. Anyway, he's a Honda employee. He just sent me a text to say that the problem with that car was a right front drive shaft failure. John Hindhoff noticed the team was under there changing that right front tyre, but it was worse than that. It was a drive shaft failure. They have repaired that.
Wow.
and are returning. I'm not sure whether they have returned, but are returning to the racetrack. So number 89 car will be back. Be quite a long way down, of course, now, unfortunately, but a great run for that team. Great to have them back in this championship, and we'll be running, well, at least a half a season. They were running at Sebring, certainly their home race, of course, at Mid-Ohio, also at Road America, and I think one other race also is in the schedule so far for that Hart number 89 Honda Civic TCR.
Back down the pit lane with more damage to the rear, the Toyota Supra that had the issue earlier on. This is the number 6 car.
Yes.
And are they trying to repair that, Andrew, or are they trying to pull the errant piece of bodywork away?
Again, John, I'm a long way away, but I was down there earlier. That bit was hanging off before the previous pit stop. It was hanging off. I suppose they put a bit of racer tape on it and it didn't work. So it's just gone out again, I think. Yes, they must have just used another roll of racer tape on it, or gaffer tape, or however you want to describe it.
Looks like they had one of those pre-cut large squares actually that went underneath it. It hasn't spoiled delivery on that car, so I'm presuming they're trying to stick it from the other side, from underneath. It must be either too important to the aero for them to just pull it off, or they don't want to break it because they haven't got another one. Also in the pit lane, the 09 automatic racing car.
Yeah, and the number 6, the number 09, and the number 24, they had been one lap down. They got the wave around. Before we go back to green, they're ducking into the pit lane to take on service, as we see a replay of Gavin Ernst and Shant a while ago that brought out this full course caution. So they've now taken on fuel. They're going to be back on track again, and with a bit of luck, they would be able to catch up to the pack before we go back to the green. But unfortunately, I think that's not going to happen, because I think this safety car, is that a safety car coming in? Yes.
So back to green flag racing, 2 hours, 6.5 minutes to go, and leading them down 3 Porsches. Eric Figueras, who has the RS1 Porsche number 28, the green car, back in the lead after that pit stop exchange. Second for Owen Trinkler in the 64, and off the road for the number 42 and right at the front of the field. And this almost gets picked up by his team car, Jason Hart, facing the wrong direction. I've had this happen to me once, and it's the worst thing in the world, as you're watching the whole field coming towards you and just hoping that no one's going to drive straight into you.
Yeah.
Got grassy moment on the right-hand side. Looked like he'd saved it. He was well up the field as well.
It was Haley Deegan there, who was alongside, I think, Robin Liddell in the Chevrolet.
That car. I thought she jumped out of it. Oh no, she did.
No,
My apologies. Yep, absolutely.
And Jason Hart there, what an avoiding move he made going into that corner, because it was not clear which way that number 42 car was going, sort of backwards but sideways as well, and he did a great job, Jason Hart, in number 47 Nola Sport Porsche, to miss Haley Deegan.
Some debris on the trial.
We haven't gone yellow because
no, we have not gone yellow, and this is a pass for 6th position, make that 5th position, of course, with cars having been shuffled around, and Robin Liddell has been set on full attack mode. Spoke to him on Wednesday, picking up our credentials, and he could not wait to get back to competition. 2 penalties for the number 40 Ford Mustang. James Pesic saw the first one, leaving with equipment attached. That's a drive-through and a wheel rotation, so 2 drive-throughs for the PF racing car. Hectic racing at the front of the field. Just after the restart, 4 minutes to go to half distance. Figueras leads for RS and Porsche, RS1 and Porsche, side-by-side racing with the Turner BMW and the 59 race for RP. Ford Mustang, the white car, goes through into 6th position. Billy Johnson fighting his way back through the field.
Remember him?
Yeah. What happened to him at the start? Oh yeah, all the way to the back now. He's had to make up some ground, and he's been helped by a couple of full course yellows, but he's in the mix again. Exactly as you would expect, and that was Bill Oberlin that he went by in the 95 BMW. So Billy and Bill, 2 very experienced drivers, going at it head-to-head.
Yeah, and a really good stint by Bob McCallion in that number 59 Core Motorsports Ford to get it back into contention. They stopped after the initial drive-through for Billy, and I think Bob McCallion has probably now completed his minimum drive time, so it'll be Billy Johnson to the end from here, and he's certainly going to be one to watch. But it's Elliot Figueras leads from the similar Porsches, the 2 teammates of Owen Trinkler and Hugh Plum, running in 2nd and 3rd.
Outside line on the top side, it is the Toyota on the Volt Aston Martin going into the back straight chicane. They're still side by side. Volt at the moment holding just about. That's Trent Hinman, who is in the 10th placed Aston Martin. In the 21, it's Colin Brown. Oh my goodness, Trent Hinman versus Colin Brown. Get some popcorn, sit back. But now the Murillo car's involved in that as well. That's the number 56, and that's Eric Foss. Also the red, white and black number 14 Supra. That's Tiago Camilo, who had led the race on pit stop. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 cars all together, 3 wide across the start-finish line. Diving down to the inside. Who will get the better position? It is the number 21 that holds the position there. So Colin Brown was behind Trent Hinman as they went across the line. He leads that little battle pack for 9th on down. Christian Simchak is just 3/4 of a second further up the road. Here's Voss down the inside. No, Trent Hinman's gone through. My apologies. Hinman has gone through, and he's chasing Simchak down. So that's 10th on downwards. My goodness me, battling for positions 10th and beyond. And these guys know that they can't let the leaders get too far away. Still Eric Figueras, who leads for RS1 and the Porsche, but the battles at the bottom end of the top 10 and into the teams are extraordinary. Absolutely extraordinary. 2 minutes to halfway, Jeremy.
Yeah, and a brilliant battle going on. Well, there's battles all over the field right now. In TCR, it's also super close. Dr. Will Talley leads now in caliber 44. That's a new German performance team. Made his debut towards the end of last season. Tyler Gonzalez in second place for Van der Steur Racing in that older Hyundai Veloster, ahead of all the Elantras, John.
Another penalty for PF. It's not the 40 car that has 2 drive-throughs on it, but improper fire bottle for the Haley Deegan car, the 42. And also with a penalty running the light at pit exit. Now that's not just going to be a drive-through for Jason Hart and the Nola Sport car. That's going to be a stop plus 60 seconds. That's going to take him pretty much off the lead lap. That is a big, big no-no. That is the same as ignoring a flag. That's awful stuff. 1 minute to half distance. And the battles in TCR are no less frantic. Audi with William Talley at the front of the field in the number 44. And he's got Hyundais behind him. NGP, New German Performance, as Jeremy said. Van der Steur Racing behind him. Tyler Gonzalez, then Brian Herder. Autosport with Kerbagajanian, Mark Wilkins, they're all battling for the lead. Add another couple of 3 cars in there as well. The Van der Steur Veloster lost a little bit of ground there with GT4 cars, GS cars coming through. Mark Wilkins in the 33, having a look down the inside, tries to get that done. This is the car that he took over from Robert Wickens, who returned to racing here at Daytona this weekend and put in a sterling hour and a half. Battle for the lead into the international hairpin for TCR then. Through the horseshoe and exiting it now. Looks like the number 4 New German Performance NGP car just had a little bit better exit there through the kink. Not much of a lift, if anything, there on the TCR cars.
I think that'll be flat out through there. Last 2 laps, John, a new fastest lap of the race. First of all, it was car number 71, Robin Liddell, at 153.36.
Look at my face.
This last time
not surprised.
Was Billy Johnson in number 59 in 6th position at the moment. Just 200th of a second quicker, 53.34. Not down to lap record territory yet, but conditions are really good right now, and this is a fast pace.
Is this Wilkins going to the lead on the high banks of Daytona, coming to NASCAR 3 and 4 side by side with William Talley in the Audi. They're right in the middle of the corner now. Can't tell you who's ahead. It's Talley, just pulls back around, a little bit of side drafting there, trying to slow down the man on the low side, but then the advantage goes back to the Hyundai as he goes through, under braking for turn. It was coming out of turn 2 and into the back straight chicane, and it was under braking that the Hyundai held sway there. Looking at the wrong end of the racetrack with the binoculars. No wonder I couldn't see them battling side by side. My goodness, this is marvellous stuff. Slow car on the apron, trying to make it back into the pit lane. Looks like one of the Aston Martins there was going very slowly. We'll try and pick that one up for you before it gets to the pit lane. Remember, there's still penalties outstanding. 2 drive-throughs for the number 40 PF Mustang, 1 for the 42. And we think as they go through, Mark Wilkins scored as the leader. So that it was the change of the lead that time around. Okay, quick breath from us here in the Haggerty Global Broadcast booth. Let's go back down to the pit lane, pick up some more atmosphere. First to Andrew Marriott. Andrew.
Wow, great stuff, John. I've got Michael Dinan here. Michael, well, the blue and yellow car's right in that mix. What fantastic racing, isn't it?
Sorry, say that again?
Yeah, what fantastic racing, and the Turner car's right in the mix.
Yeah, it was fantastic being out there. This is my first time racing in the series, and some great wheel-to-wheel battles there in my stint.
Are you learning anything from Billy Oberlin? Because obviously he's in the team and he's got so much experience.
Yeah, always. I'm always learning here at Turner. There's a lot of people with a lot of knowledge that have been doing this for much longer than I have. Robbie and Bill are both great mentors, and every day we're out here, we're learning from them. So
Great to have you here. Going to come over to Will now. This is a great advert for this form of racing.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, look at these cars. They're nose to tail, and as we saw last year, anything can happen right at the end of the race, and look, it's probably going to line it up to be the same this time.
Pretty busy weekend for you, Will, because obviously you're running in both races. I guess you'll sleep a lot on Sunday night.
Yeah, for sure. There is a total lot of stuff going on for us, but I got a great crew, and we brought the whole gang down from Boston to take care of these cars. And besides Don Salama taking little cat naps, everybody else will stay on it. And yeah, we're going to be tired Sunday night.
Thanks very much, Will Turner. That is.
So what's the collective now then for PF Racing Ford Mustangs? Because we've just had a gaggle of them, two in fact. The number 40 and the 42 have come into the pits and drove by me standing here. That means that they've had 2 drive-through penalties, would be my estimation. And also, guys, I've had a car go behind the wall and I'm not quite sure who that was.
Yeah, you'll get the number 40 through again, as we were reporting. 2 drive-throughs for the number 41 for the Haley Deegan 42. Fire bottle for the 42, leaving the pit lane and taking equipment. There was a rattle gun that went skimming down the pit lane, and what was the second one for them? I think that was fire bottle as well. But we're still also waiting for the stop and 1 minute penalty for the Nola Sport Porsche, Jason Hart. He's in the pits now, in fact, and serving that at the moment. So that car is in the pit lane. So that was the upshot of that pit stop cycle earlier on. An hour and 55 minutes to go, Jeremy.
So I think that'll take the number 47 car.
Off the lead lap.
A nice strategic decision there, but I think that's going to be very, very costly for that team. The race leaders now coming around NASCAR turn 4. There goes Jason Hart out of the penalty box. He might just about stay on the lead lap here.
Now we've got Owen Trinkler leading the race. The next car to go a lap down is his teammate, and he's got Robin Liddell right up his tailpipes at the moment. So it's the 46 and the 64. The 46 is the leader. The 64, Ted Giovanis Racing Porsche, is about to go a lap down. Of course, they were running the Camaros last year. Behind them, there's a great battle for. That's the battle for third and fourth rather than the race leaders, excuse me. It's Figueres who leads. Trinkler, Plum, Robin Liddell, Billy Johnson, Austin Cindric. So 28, 64, 46. So Owen Trinkler, sorry, not about to go a lap down. He's second. My apologies, Hugh, for that. And Owen Trinkler. So Trinkler in second place, 3 seconds. Yeah. Behind, so both of the TGM cars battling there on the lead lap.
Indeed, yeah, for second and third. But Eric Figueres is pulling away there by 2 or 3 tenths of a second a lap. 153.51 last time around for Figueres. It was 4 tenths on that lap because 53.9 for Trinkler. Plum fractionally quicker in the draft, of course, right behind him. But then there's Robin Liddell and Billy Johnson in car number 59. He is right on the tail of the Camaro. So it's Camaro versus Mustang as they go around the banking. Cool stuff.
Have I heard that somewhere before?
Cool stuff.
Yeah. Crack the whip. The pony car wars are back on again. In TCR, Mark Wilkins in the 33 Hyundai. Right ahead of him, the Unitronic. On this corner, he's still the leader. He's got the Unitronic 17 car that had their problems early on. Right up the sharp end of the field for the JDC car.
But that car, having had the problems, is many laps down, so it's not in contention.
Yeah, it was very close battles just a little while ago between the 33 Hyundai and the William Talley new German Performance 44. And that car's since dropped back to 4th place, having run very impressively. I really like the paint scheme on the Veloster, by the way. That's the Tyler Gonzalez car, the number 19.
Yeah, the Rory Vandersteur's team there with new colours this season. They had all sorts of bad luck last year. Just nothing seemed to go their way, but it's been a really good run for those guys in this race here. And Stephen Simpson has moved up into second place in car number 54. That's the car that was started by Michael Johnson. So he's got a sniff here, right behind his teammate and champion 2 years ago, car number 33, Mark Wilkins.
That's the battle for the lead in the category, and 27th and 28th overall. These two new Hyundai Elantras side by side. Here comes on the low side Steven Simpson. He's going to have the line to the first corner first, and he makes it stick as well. Very neat indeed. They're not gaining on the Unitronic JDC car, so he's not, I mean, he's getting blue flags, but he's not holding them up by any stretch of the imagination. Ryan Eversley's been plugged in to the white and blue number 73. That's the LA Honda World FK7 Honda. And he's now, with these two battling Hyundais, they're slowing each other up, and Ryan Eversley is on them now, and we've got a three-car battle. 33 and 54, the two Hyundais, then the 73 LA Honda World Ryan Eversley driven Honda Civic, and it's only about another second back to the Alfa Romeo, the black and gold number 5 car with Roy Block behind the wheel. Back into the pits again for Luke Rumberg. That's at least the third time that the rear of that car has had remedial action. Andrew is watching that. We'll get a report from him in a moment, but the top three together in TCR on the banking. And down towards the braking area for the Le Mans chicane, as it's now going to be known. Oh, Ryan Eversley is loving watching these two having a scrap. I just wonder if the Brian Herder Autosport team have had a little word with their two Hyundai drivers and said, right guys, stop this fighting because you're giving the Honda a chance. We'll watch that as Joe Bradley has the driver from that number 6 Toyota that's continually been in, it seems, Joe, with the rear bumper damage.
Yeah, we're going through our rear bumper stocks, it seems. Luke, what happened out there?
Yeah, we got hit earlier with our first driver in, had some bumper hanging off, so they decided that it might be dangerous and there might cause some debris on the track, so they made us come back in and rip it off the rest of the way to make sure it wouldn't get on the track.
And I take it the team have taken the decision to pull you out to get the next driver stop, or the next driver change, I should say, whilst you did that repair.
Yeah, we decided to put him in because, drive time is up and it was a good time. The guy to come in anyways. So that lap we were done with drive time, and Tom's one of the best there is. So I don't know why you wouldn't want him out there in the CMR 4-Bush Performance Toyota.
Tom Long in the car now. Thanks, Luke, for telling us that. And, trying to make a bad situation as best as it can be.
Thank you, Joe. Also in the pits at the moment, the delayed Hyundai from earlier on. This is the number 98 Hyundai, the Parker Chase and Harry Gottsacker car. They've dropped out of contention at the sharp end of the TCR field. That looked pretty standard, to be honest. They're ready to set that car away. At the sharp end of the GS field with just under an hour and 50 minutes to go. Figueras is still leading for RS1. Oh, this is not standard. Sorry, I'll take that back. Left front. There's a problem. And the tyre changer has noticed something on the steering arms or the hub of that car, reported it back to the crew chief, and they're basically saying, I don't think we can send this car. I'm certain we can't send this car. They're going to put the wheel on, and let's see if they just put that car behind the wall. 4 wheel nuts going on. They're going to drop it down, but a bad day for that 98, I think, just got worse. Well, they have sent it, and there's a bit of wheel spin, so there was some discussion there. It wasn't just, no, that's going to be fine, send it. And that's because they're sending it behind the wall. So the 16th position car back in the field for TCR behind the wall. Meantime, Steven Simpson has taken the lead in class from his teammate Mark Wilkins in the 33. The teammates Hondas battling it out. Ryan Eversley now, though, right with them, just 3/10 behind. And Roy Block just a little bit further back now as he's trying to fight off William Talley in that very quick number 44. Hyundai, Honda, Alfa, Audi in the top 5. And at the front of the field, The RS1 Porsche is 3 seconds away from the battle for second, which has Owen Trinkler fighting with Hugh Plum, in third, fighting Billy Johnson. So Owen Trinkler just a little bit further up the way. So second, third and fourth, all heading to the International Horseshoe now. The two brightly coloured Team TGM cars, new to this Porsche 718 GT4 RS Club Sport, formerly running the bow tie of Chevy Camaro, of course. And this the first time we've seen these new for 2022 GT4 RS Club Sports out racing. Because of the time of year, this gets them their competition debut. How big and menacing that Mustang of Billy Johnson, who was right at the back of the field after the infringement on the start. How big that looks next to what looks to be a tiny, almost toy car. It looks like a 7th, 8th replica, doesn't it, compared to the Mustang. And Hugh Plum hanging on, trying to stay ahead of the white Ford Mustang number 59 behind him. Battle for third and fourth position there, Jeremy, with the leader just up the road, braking now for the Le Mans chicane. There goes the battle for second, third and fourth.
Yeah, Hugh Plum making his 150th start in this championship, and the guy who's just ahead of him is Owen Trinkler. He's made already, this is his 171st start, and Billy Johnson, who's right behind him, has made 100.
Pass for Billy Johnson, and he's
129th.
Right.
So a little bit of experience amongst that battle for second place.
Heavens above. Staying to the high side, Johnson didn't want to get the aero wash from the Aston Martin that he's just gone through. He's got a great run, and he may yet get to Trinkler as they cross the stripe. Down towards turn one, he weaves to the left, then dives down to the bottom of the racetrack. The leader has a couple of seconds or so, man, 3 seconds now ahead of this battle. Just looking behind, Robin Liddell is in sight now, so he'll be joining this battle shortly. They're not slowing themselves down massively. Then it's Bill Oberlin. So hang on a second. Owen Trinkler, Billy Johnson, Hugh Plum, Robin Liddell and Bill Oberlin soon to be in a fight. Talk about experience. Extraordinary stuff. Once again, Michelin Pilot Challenge giving us great entertainment for the BMW M Endurance Challenge at Daytona. Still an hour and 3/4, 1 hour 45 minutes to go. Owen Trinkler sliding the back end of the 64 Cayman through turn 6 and onto the high banks, and Billy Johnson was able to trace a lower, tighter, shorter line. He'll drag up to the rear quarter panel, then drops down so he doesn't get slowed down by the side draft. There's experience on the high banks for you, and the Ford goes through into second position for the moment, but now the Porsche and its 4-litre engine tries to get up to maximum velocity. Trinkler in the draft. Will he dive out to his left? Can't do it. All came from a tiny little bit of wheel spin from the rear Michelins of that new 4-litre in the middle of that Porsche 718. Billy Johnson, brilliant opportunist manoeuvre. Half a chance, maybe a quarter of a chance. He's turned it into second position, Jeremy. Yeah, great stuff to watch.
Indeed. So now let's see if he can track down Eric Filgueras, who's been doing a fabulous job. Filgueras' last 3 laps, 1 minute 54.09, 154.06, 154.07, wow. And this time it's quicker because he knows that Billy Johnson's probably behind him at 53.981. So all of those 4 laps within a 1/10 of a second. That's really, really nice from Eric Filgueras, making effectively his pro racing debut this weekend. What a debut it is. He's got 4 seconds in hand over Billy Johnson in second place.
Yeah, now the question for me now is, can Billy Johnson whip that Porty car into a bit of a gallop and try and change that down? Now, a while ago now, we mentioned Stephen Simpson had gone to the lead in TCR, still sitting there in the mostly white number 54 Hyundai Elantra, and they are just going down the back straight into the chicane. It's going to take me a while to get used to calling it the Le Mans chicane rather than the bus stop, but don't worry, it'll take me quite a while to get used to calling the virage on the Mulsanne the Daytona bus stop as well. Interesting trade that, because the SEO quite often sell the naming rights to those chicanes on the back straight, on the Mulsanne straight, ligne droite en arrière. Battle for the lead, coming to the start-finish line. And Wilkins goes to the high side, the left-hand side of the track, and then dives down using the banking, maybe just to give him a little more pace before he scrubs off the speed, trying to get to the back of the leading number 54 of Stephen Simpson, sitting in third. Ryan Eversley in the white and blue Honda. He's still right there. He's not really got into a position to challenge. Maybe doesn't feel like he needs to, but all of a sudden now he does. He pushes through the International Horseshoe, and he's much closer now to Mark Wilkins and the back of the number 33. Alpha not too far away in fourth either. Roy Block can see this battle ahead of him, and I'm just wondering if they're slowing each other down now. There's a little bit more defensive driving by the lead TCR car of Stephen Simpson as they go out of turn 5, head towards the left-hander at turn 6 that leads back on the banking. By the way, the number 17 of Mikey Taylor, which has been in front of this battle for quite some time, has actually pulled away from it. Now, they're many laps down, but that does show the pace of that JDC car. They'll be absolutely gutted that they lost the drive early on.
Yeah, and it was sort of a similar scenario last year. They had a problem relatively early into the race, came back from 2 laps down to win it, but unfortunately they're more than 2 laps down now, so they're not going to pull off a repeat performance this time around, but clearly the car is fast, and for Mikey Taylor that's super disappointing, because he knows the car is good. It works well, particularly here at Daytona International Speedway, but he's not going to be able to take advantage of it this afternoon. So, but TCR, there's still 3 cars battling for the lead. Stephen Simpson, Mark Wilkins, the 2 Hyundai teammates, and Ryan Eversley in a Honda hanging in there in 3rd position as well. Roy Block's doing a nice job.
He's doing a great job.
The Alpha. He's driving this middle stint, having taken over the number 5 Alpha from Tim Lewis Jr., who will finish. And Dr. Will Talley, who was part of that winning team last season, holding down 5th position in that number 44 New German Performance Audi.
Yeah, that's brilliant stuff, isn't it? 2 Hondas, a Honda, Alfa Romeo, and an Audi in the top 5. Then the Veloster of Tyler Gonzalez, dropping back to 6th position ahead of Mason Felipe in 7th. 8th, Alex Rockwell in the number 15 Audi. 9th for Michael Lewis in the number 1 Hyundai Elantra. After that drive-through penalty, Taylor Hagler doing a great job early on. Did lead the race on the pit stop cycle. Running off the top 10, TCR just coming back out. Patrick Wilmot in the Audi number 85. Top 3, nose to tail. Oh, that should really be tail to nose, shouldn't it? Because I suppose the leader is close, is ahead. Joe Bradley telling me that of a problem with the number 85. Was that Joe Bradley? Go ahead.
Yeah, been in pit lane. Obviously, a cylinder's gone off, down to 3 cylinders in the Audi RS3 there. They've changed the number 1 spark plug, and they've changed the coil pack above that spark plug. It's the OA Racing Audi, of course, and that car's back in. Very, very quick repair job there from that team.
That's a shame, and Patrick Wilmot and Gino Manley have been driving that car on and off in occasional races for AOA Racing, number 85 Audi, joined this weekend by Andy Wilmot. Spells his name the same way as Patrick, no relation. In fact, they're from different continents. Patrick Wilmot is from Roswell in Georgia. Andy Wilmot is from Dartford in Kent in the UK.
Brilliant, isn't he?
And
yeah.
he did some briefly in the British Touring Car Championship, I think, and he's been wanting to get to race over here in America. The two of them were communicating via social media initially. They made the contact, but when I was talking to Patrick on Wednesday, they hadn't even yet met, curiously, because Andy hadn't yet arrived at the track. But it's a cool little story, that, I thought.
Reminder, we'll be picking our Michelin Motorsport Pilot Challenge moment of the race in the GS and the TCR classes. We're looking for the on-track move that's impacted the overall finishing position, or the strategy call that positively impacted team finish as well. Not necessarily the overall race winner, but one set of Michelin competition tyres awarded to each class at each round. Figueras is in from the lead, and Andrew Marriott is watching the RS1 Porsche pit stop.
Yes, I have confirmed a driver change. I'm just jogging down there, John, and I think the car is just off the jacks now, and we'll go out and then we'll try and grab a quick interview with Figueras, the young man who I think used to race very successfully in Formula 4 2000 about 5 years ago. Let's see if we can get hold of him. I think we're expecting quite a lot of pit stops now in the next 5 minutes or so. So I'll be down there in just a second and get hold of young Eric.
And with an hour and 37 minutes remaining in this race, making a pit stop now, they will still need one more pit stop, the GS cars, before they get to the end.
Looked like Roy Block was having a go at Ryan Eversley on the brakes into the chicane there. That was a very bold manoeuvre. It hasn't come off. It's cost him 2 or 3 cars lengths. Faster traffic coming through, including the new race leader. Billy Johnson then scored as the race leader after the 28 RS1 Porsche was in the pit lane. That's now out with Stephen McAleer back behind the wheel. So Owen Trinkler goes up into second, but pit stops imminent for that GS front echelon. Now, I think Roy Block's gone past Eversley. I think Roy Block just got past Eversley there. Is there a problem for the Honda? As the side-by-side action into turn 1 with the race leaders passing the TCR leaders. It's absolute mayhem out there. It's a traffic jam at racing speeds, and Roy Block has indeed got by Ryan Eversley into 3rd place. That was a pass on the track, and now Roy Block weaves to the right-hand side coming out the International Horseshoe with the leading Ford Mustang, Porsche, BMW and Chevy Camaro cutting through this lead TCR battle. Multi-class racing here for the BMW M Performance Challenge at Daytona and the Michelin Pilot Challenge round 1 for 2022. The good news for Billy Johnson is he's got through the traffic and now can set sail onto the high banks. Looks like Trinkler's followed him through. Bill Oberlin now in 3rd position from Robin Liddell. So does that mean that we've had a pit stop for Matt Plum? Yes, it does. Hugh Plum has changed to Matt Plum, and he has had his pit stop. Let's go to Andrew down in the pit lane.
I'm with Aaron Figueras here. Wow, that was quite a stint, and it took it out of you a bit.
Yeah, I'm having to recover from that. It was a really exciting drive for me. My RS1 crew did everything perfect. I just wanted to make sure I did everything I was supposed to do and make this Community Beerworks racing car proud.
Yeah, it was a good pit stop as well, quick pit stop.
Yeah, I think it was good for us. It's my first time making driver changes in pit stops, first race in IMSA, so I'm excited.
Yeah, I mean, you come up, if I remember, 4 or 5 years ago, you were one of the stars of Formula 4 2000, is that right?
Yeah, that's correct. You know, my career before maybe last year's, primarily open-wheel cars and prototype cars.
Well, Eric really is breathing quite heavily, I have to say, and did a great job out. Eric, thanks very much for that.
That battle for TCR is absolutely on it. Owen Trinkler pulls out a 2nd place 1 lap after the team car did exactly the same thing, pulling out of that battle at the front of the field. So Bill Oberlin is now behind Billy Johnson, but 5 seconds to the good for the Ford over the BMW. Robin Liddell in 3rd position, just 6/10ths back, and the TCR battle shows no sign of abating. Looks like Ryan Eversley was having another go at Roy Block there as they're battling Alpha versus Ryan's Honda. That's the battle for 3rd. It's 2 Hyundais ahead of them. Stephen Simpson in the 54, the mostly white car with the red decals, but still with the eggshell blue front end. In that battle there, but off the lead lap, is Patrick Wilmot in the number 85, the bright yellow Audi RS3 LMS. That's one of the sequential box cars. Check that, it's one of the DSG cars, my apologies. So the 2 in quotation, teammates are still leading, with Roy Block just 6 seconds behind. This has been a cracking drive by Roy Block, passing Ryan Eversley genuinely on pace there, and he's pulled out a second on Ryan now, who hasn't quite had the pace in the second half of this stint in that Honda.
No, interesting, isn't it? From Winter Park in Florida is Roy Block, originally from Argentina. Yes, he's an Argentinian, despite the name of Roy Block, and this is one of his really good performance here. He has a bunch of good performances in the past, and he's won a couple of races last year with Tim Lewis Jr. But Tim is the team leader there in terms of the driving strength and the driving experience. But Roy Block is more than holding up his end in that number 5 Alfa Romeo. Great job by him. Be passed there by Trent Hinman, and behind Trent Hinman is the number 41 car of Austin Cindric. There, have a good little battle, and that is a battle for 3rd and 4th now overall, with Bill Arbelin making a pit stop out of 2nd place.
And Shea Adam back in the pit lane is standing waiting for Bill Arbelin to come to a stop at the Turner pits.
Nice of Bill to come say hi and welcome me back in here. It is fuel and tires for the Californian, and he knows what to do at this point in the game. All very calm and under control for the Turner Taco Mobile. They do have their taco pit board illuminated over the pit lane, and I did have tacos for lunch, hoping that would bring them a little bit of good luck. The right front and left rear are going on now, and other than that, waiting on the fuel.
Now I'm down at the number 8 pit stop here, and they're just working, changing the front tyres with the number 8, just checking if there's a driver change. This is the number 8 Porsche, the McCann Porsche, which has been right in the middle of the action here, and there is a driver change, so in a moment we should be able to get an interview here. And the door shuts, and still the fuel going in. They've topped it right up, and a bit of a problem, I think, on the right rear, just going round the car here. No, that's all right now. So yeah, that pit stop's just about to finish, and the 8 accelerates out, and I think Andrew Davis wants to go back into the car. I'll come back to you when I've got the driver interview. It'll be just a moment.
There was just a little bit of confusion at the end of the Turner stop, where the car went back up on the air jack after it had dropped off from the final tire being placed on the car, but it cost Bill Arbelin maybe half a second. He'll make that up in a lap.
An hour and 30 minutes still to go. Billy Johnson leads for Ford and for the Ford Mustang. Absolutely outstanding stuff to fight back from the back of the field. We're in pit stop territory. Aston Martin Vantage coming in from top positions. Also Austin Cindric in the 41, so that's Trent Hinman in the Volt car coming in, and the number 41 PF car that had those no, that was the only one that didn't have a penalty earlier on. Let's go back to Andrew and pick up the interview.
Yeah, Michael McCann's just out of that number 8 car with a big smile on his face. Wow, great racing out there.
Thank you very much. Yeah, that was a lot of fun, going out with a lot of really good drivers here in the Michelin Pilot Challenge Series. Wow, what a race. I mean, we had some bad luck on our first pit stop, but I think we just keep fighting. That's what we've been doing all weekend, and huge shout out to Neomag and to Yeti, and to McCann Racing and to McCann Plastics for this opportunity. Everything's been really great.
Well, Andrew's back in the car. There'll be one more pit stop, yes?
Yes, I think we're just a little short on fuel. I think we'll probably make it in for another pit stop. I don't think Andrew will be able to save that much fuel.
A bit of a splash and dash. Okay, thanks very much. Good job, mate.
Thank you, Andrew. A whole slew of pit stops at the moment as we come into the last hour and a half, including for Trent Hinman and for Austin Cindric. Looks like they're staying in the car and going to the end. This TCR battle continues, and it is still the two quote-unquote teammates who are fighting at the sharp end of TCR, but the Alfa Giulietta has gone to the lead. So how did that happen? How did Roy Block get in front of these two cars? Just checking that visually and making sure, yeah, the black and gold car is ahead. They've not made pit stops, so something's gone on at the front of the TCR field during those pit stops, as the leader and certainly the leaders in the pit lane, and also the 40, James Pesek, in the lead as well. Looks like Robin Liddell was in the pits at the same time. Shea Adam has Billy Johnson.
And it's fuel and sticker Michelin tires for Billy Johnson, the 2016 GS champion. Oh yeah, and a Ford Mustang, as he is just waiting patiently for the pit stop to finish. A couple boxes behind. The new German Performance Audi was just in the pits as well. William Talley handing back over to Tristan Herbert. They had a particularly slow stop because they had trouble getting the left front tire on, to the effect that they pulled the air jack out from the car and dropped the car with no left front tire on it, but they managed to keep calm heads and get everything rectified. And the car did manage to go back out onto the circuit. Also into the pit lane, the Capstone Mercedes. That is car number 11. Fuel only for that car by the looks of it, although they did just drop a new tire over. Oh, they're doing the right sides first. That's what it was. Now they switch over into the lefts. The sound of the Mustang roaring back into life was Billy Johnson in the 59 Core Motorsport, followed out pretty closely by the 40 Mustang. So PF Racing with the main car for the year has resumed on the track.
Don't forget, it was 2 penalties for the 40 that caught that PF Racing pink Mustang out. 2 drive-throughs, and that's what dropped them down. Bit of an issue for the Tristan Herbert driven Audi number 44. Just take that one from William Talley, and I wonder if that was an outlap whoopsie for Tristan. I think it was. Still haven't quite worked out in how the Alpha got ahead of the battling Hyundais in second and third. Ryan Eversley down in fourth now. Mason Filippi and Tyler Gonzalez in 6th and 5th position respectively. TCRs are going to be running for quite a while before their next pit stop. Amazing stuff from Roy Block. This has got to be, Jeremy, one of Roy's best drives. And I just wonder if it's tyre performance and how they've set the car up. Toyota Supra heading into the pit lane. That's the red, white and black car, the number 14. So that has come out of 4th place for Thiago Camilo. Eversley's got a second lease of life here. Second win maybe. And he's beginning to pressure 3rd place again in the white and blue number 73 Honda FK7. That's a distinctively shaped car. Hatchback as opposed to the more sedan-like Elantra. I'm told that the longer rear deck on the Audi RS3 and the Elantra is aerodynamically very efficient. Also in the pit lane, Turner number 96, Robbie Foley in that car. And that came in out of 2nd position.
Yeah, before the round of pit stops, he was running just on the outside of the top 10. And the guy who's dicing with, Tom Dyer, leads this race at the moment for car behind with Peregrine Racing. That's the Porsche for this season, car number 93. And of the cars that made the pit stops, number 28 is now back out onto the racetrack. Stephen McAleer. The number 93 car still owes us a pit stop, but Stephen McAleer will now retake the lead of this race, having taken over from Eric Filgueres in car number 28.
I think he'll take it to the end, I presume.
He will take it for the end for sure.
Yeah.
And Billy Johnson is chasing him. And the gap before the round of pit stops between those two was about 4 seconds. It's now 5.9 between the Porsche and the number 59 Ford.
Austin Cindric very close as he came into the pits to running hard into the back of Trent Hinman as they're pitted together. Trent breaking quite early and Cindric making up a lot of ground on there. The pit stops continue. The latest of the pink Mustangs in is the 42, Haley Deegan, who was off the track earlier on but has fought back. Chase Briscoe, in fact, already in that car. Andrew with an update on the solo Camaro now. Robin Liddell brought that car in a moment or two ago.
Yes, he did, and he stayed in the car, so he's going to take it to the end. So he's got the momentum going, so I don't think that Camaro is done quite yet.
At the front of the field, Tom Dyer should be into the pits next time around, maybe one more lap after that. Good stint by Haley Deegan. She makes her way to the back of the garage as Chase Briscoe now installed behind the wheel of the number 42 Ford Performance Ford Mustang. New version of this car coming next year, new GT4, and then in 2024, the big news announced this morning here at Daytona, Ford Performance building a GT3 version of the Ford Mustang for international global competition. In fact, 2024 for a works-entered team in GTD Pro here in IMSA competition, and some customer cars as well. Carbon lead the motor race with Tom Dyer in that distinctive dark grey and bright green number 93 Porsche. All these 718 GT4 RSs are brand new for 2022. He peels off below the yellow line and heads for the pit lane as we expected. Hits his marks for the pit speed in the acceleration lane. He'll stay there for as long as he can, and Shea Adam will watch this pit stop for us.
We've got Tyler McQuarrie up on the wall ready to jump into the Porsche. And when I had a chat with Tyler a little bit earlier on, I said, how have you guys been adapting to this Porsche after driving an Audi last year? He said, I like it. It's a little slippery out there though. And I said, yeah, but you're a drift champion. You're pretty used to that. And he just got that smile on his face, John, that we have seen so many times before. The 2019 champion knows how to win things in this series in GS, and he's excited to prove it once more today. Fuel and tires for this Porsche, and Tyler McQuarrie taking over from Tom Dyer, number 1 on the side of the door now. Let's see what it comes back in at the end of the race.
Yeah, the 33 Hyundai just come in. Mark Wilkin is going to stay in the car. Fuel and tyres, sticker tyres just going on at the moment. All calm down here with the Brian Hertler squad, and I'm just trying to see if no, Mark Wilkin is definitely staying in the car. It's off the jacks now. Still some more fuel going in, and I think that one might be fuel to go to the end. Don't you think so, Jeremy?
To the end from here, no. An hour and 20 minutes to go, no.
Maybe an hour and 5.
No, not GS cars, no.
Oh, that's a GS car, of course. Yeah, absolutely right. I was thinking TCR. So just under an hour is what we normally expect to see. But here, there's an awful lot of flat-out running around the circuit. Penalty for the number 11. This is another fire extinguisher infringement for Capstone Motorsports Mercedes. Chris Wilson in the car at the moment. He'll have to come down pit lane. So at the end of all the pit stops at the front of the field, after Tom Dyer has pitted, as we cycle back through again, it'll be Billy Johnson for Ford, who is back in the lead.
Yeah, what happened to McAleer on that last lap? Really slow. He must have had it off somewhere.
He's dropped it on the last lap. That was exactly what I was about to say. He's dropped down to 6th position, and check his last lap time and his sectors, Jeremy, to give us a clue, because he lost time significantly on that lap. There's a slight mark on the right-hand side door where there's a little bit of a rubber mark, a bit of donut there, as if there's been some side-to-side contact. I can't honestly say that I saw that happen earlier, but it may have done. Meantime, in TCR, Roy Block leads the motor race, having passed the 2 Hyundais who are now pitting. So Ryan Eversley up into 2nd. Stephen Simpson and Tyler Gonzalez. Mark Wilkins has been and gone. So now we're into the TCR levels of pit stop. And at the Hyundai number 54 is Andrew Marriott.
Indeed I am, and it's the usual story here. The fuel is still going on. He's going to have more tyres. It doesn't look as if they're getting, no, they're not getting, there are sticker tyres on the front, but not on the back. And the left rear, a little difficult coming off, but the guy's got it on now, and winding up those lug nuts, as they say in America. The car's off the jacks, still some fuel going in, but that's the roar of that car going back into the race, and lots of smoke coming off those tyres.
I have to say, if you're still fueling it when it comes down, that's spot on. If you can get everything done in the time it takes you to do the fuel, that's exactly what you want. So Stephen McAleer, not sure what happened, but he dropped down. He's now in 5th position. He's got Matt Plum right ahead of him. Then a second further ahead, he's 3rd place Bill Oberlin for Turner Motorsport and the BMW. Then it's 2nd place Owen Trinkler for Team TGM. So TGM second and fourth at the moment, but Billy Johnson leads for Ford. Ford, Porsche, BMW, 2 Porsches and a Chevrolet in the top 6, with Robin Liddell trying to chase down those cars. Jeremy, we have a guest in the Haggerty Global broadcast booth.
Yeah, great to have him with us. Jaden Conwright, who has driven a couple of races in this series last season, very impressively. This year has been recently named as the first winner of the new IMSA Diversity Scholarship Program. So congratulations to you for that, Jaden. You've got big plans for this year, though, and you've got a big race coming up for you tomorrow. Tell us a little about, first of all, tell us a little bit about the program you have, at least for this weekend, and has that been announced for extended for any further?
Yeah, no, definitely. Thank you, Jeremy and John, for having me on. Yeah, big news, and lots have happened over recently, so yeah, I'm excited to say that hopefully be doing the full season in GTD this year with NTE Sport, but as of now, just really looking forward to my first time at Daytona, my first time running a 24-hour race, and I honestly can't wait for tomorrow to take place in my first Rolex 24.
Now, you're originally from California. You've been over racing in Europe for several years. You did some Formula Renault, I think, overall initially, didn't you, and F4, and now for the last few years you've been racing in Porsches, several years in Porsches. Come back over here now. You've driven some races last season, both in this series and in the WeatherTech Sports Car Championship, and it's John?
Problem for the McCann Racing Porsche that had run at the front of the field. Left front puncture. Now, whether that was contact or a curb strike, we're not certain at the moment, but that's going to cost precious time for that car. It's just outside. It was just outside the top 10. Andrew Davis limping that car back into the pit lane, and he's just about going to get it to the pit lane, but he's still got a long way to go. That happened at turn 3. Oh no, hang on. He's on the banking now, but that happened at turn 3 apparently. It looks like there may have been an issue earlier in the lap. Andrew Marriott will see him back there. Sorry, Jim, about that, but a bit of action on the circuit. Sorry, Jeremy, carry on.
Yeah, no, Jaden Conwright has joined us, and you're going to be driving a Lamborghini. You did a couple of races last season in the WeatherTech Sports Car Championship for that NTE Sport team in an Audi. How is the Lamborghini compare to the Audi?
Yeah, no, I'm definitely enjoying the Lamborghini so far, and being a part of the program and working with everybody from Lamborghini. It's been a hectic, definitely, before Daytona. I mean, we barely got the car in time to even make the race, so it's a learning process for all of us. None of us have driven it before. It's a brand new car for the whole team, so I mean, with the roar and everything, it's been really good, but it's slowly just kind of coming to grasp with the new car. I mean, it's very similar in terms of overall, like the Audi, but there's differences here and there, and just overall the way the car is. So it's been a big learning experience for all of us, but I think things are looking positive for tomorrow.
Tell us a little bit about the IMSA Diversity Scholarship Program, and how that's helping you, and how long you've been kind of working towards it. The program was announced last fall, but there was a whole selection process you had to go through.
Yeah, so far the program's been pretty solid. I mean, like you said, it was announced that a little bit after I had already done my first race, so thankfully I'd already had a connect, or been kind of working inside the IMSA a little bit with NT for at least one round. But no, overall the scholarship's been really good. It's been really beneficial working with everyone from IMSA, and overall I'm hoping that we're able to show some good results this year, kind of progress throughout the year, and kind of grow our small team, and just overall just kind of build up the program, kind of, and also want to hopefully create some kind of process in the future so we could all work together, kind of bring more people into IMSA, kind of introduce people more to the stuff that happens behind the scenes, and really just help the young drivers really get a footing and hopefully move their way into the WeatherTech Championship one day.
Yeah, and from different backgrounds. I mean, that's really important, isn't it?
Yeah, definitely from different backgrounds. I mean, racing's a funny sport, and once you've been in it longer, you start to realize that it's even funnier. But overall, like, whether you're a driver, your crew, or a team owner, just kind of bring more people, different backgrounds into the sport. And just
Jaden Conwright, thanks so much for joining us, and have a great race weekend.
Thank you, Jeremy. Thank you, John.
Nice to meet you. Good luck for the season. We'll go to Shane in a moment, but Andrew's got the leader in TCR, and it's the Alfa Romeo.
Only have the black Alfa is in the pits, so we're going to have driver change, I think. I'm just watching here. Getting up there, fuel is going in. And yeah, a driver change. And again, you said, John, absolutely right. They just like to get the fuel in as they've got the tyres on, but they haven't put fresh tyres actually on this car. So the Veloce is down off the jacks, but the fuel is going in. The front brakes are smoking, obviously, and still fuel going into this Italian machine. It's wonderful to see an Alfa racing here in the front, isn't it? Absolutely fabulous. And there it goes. I'm also now I've seen that the Macan Porsche, which had that puncture, is in now, just going down there to check that out. We're seeing the left front is coming off, and I had my back turned to this, John. I'm just going to check this out with the team, and they're just still inspecting that left front wheel. There's a damage to the front wing there. It looks as if it must have taken a hit. Yeah, the tyre has come off, that was punctured, but there's definitely damage to the left front wing as well, so there must have been contact there.
Tom Dyer, you've been with Carbon with Peregrine Racing for a couple of years now with the Audi. You just got out from your first stint with the Porsche. How comfortable was that?
It's a really great car. I think everybody in the paddock, who's in one right now is enjoying it tremendously. It's a transition, but I think this car just gives so much feedback to you that it's easy to get in, go, and be right on pace. So we're happy with the change, and I think Tyler's out there having fun now, and Mark had fun earlier. So we'll see how it all ends up.
What's the order for Tyler going at the end of the race?
He's got to think big picture, right? Because they're doing the whole season. They need to get good points. I haven't had a chance to kind of hear what he thinks currently, but kind of an off strategy as we ended up on. We'll see where we shake out at the end. So.
Fingers crossed for you.
Thank you. Yeah, much appreciated.
Shea and Andrew in the pit lane for this part of the race. Been very pleasant this afternoon, warmest we've had all week. 17, 18 degrees Celsius, track temperature hanging around the early to mid 20 degrees Celsius, but still very, very sticky. Humidity 72% out there this afternoon. And as the time scrolls around here at Daytona International Speedway, they're coming up to 4:30, 4:24 in the afternoon. Hello to wherever you are, hello to you wherever you are. So evening time in the UK and Europe now, just coming up to 9:30 on a Friday night in Europe, 10:30 in the UK, 10:30 in Europe. Thank you for joining us live in sound and vision. IMSARadio.com, IMSA TV, both with the international feed. And just to remind everyone that the big race tomorrow outside the US, with a few exceptions, is live and free with no breaks or interruptions. Rule of thumb is that if your country has a network television deal, then you can watch it there. If it hasn't, you can watch it free. I know there's a lot of people in Canada who have been looking for the TV. No TV deal up in Canada, so you get to watch the international feed with IMSA Radio from the trackside. And that is the full 24 hours with no breaks. PF on PF. Number 40 and number 42. 40 has Chad McCumbee at the wheel. 42 has Chase Briscoe. They're battling over 21st and 22nd. You'd think they were battling at the end of the Daytona 500. A little bit of bump drafting on the tri-oval. In from the lead of TCR. Well, maybe that pace that dropped in the second half of the run for Ryan Eversley meant he could go longer and look after his tyres. Shea Adam is at LA Honda World.
And he's going to be happy because it is a new Michelin tires for Ryan Eversley. He is staying in that car. Car is not completely up equally. It looks like it's a bit slanted to the right-hand side, but the fuel going in and the front tires are going on that car. Fronts only, because the rear tires are only there to hold the exhaust off the ground, right, John?
That's absolutely right, Shea. Meantime, down at the Alfa Romeo pits, Roy Block is out of the car. He's taken a breath, and Andrew Marriott is there. Need to know how he got past those two Hyundais, because that happened. He did that so stealthily, we missed it. Fantastic drive from the Argentinian.
Yeah, terrific drive there, Roy. You went past those two Korean cars. How did you do that?
You know, they were very respectful, which always helps. And I always race clean, and that was them paying it back a little bit. But, you know, we had the pace, and I just kept the lap times consistent.
So interesting to be racing this Alpha, putting another manufacturer in this series. Where did that idea come from?
You know, I raced a different manufacturer in 2018 for IMSA, and then we saw a unique opportunity to go Italian, as they said, and we took it, and we ran with it.
Now, what about your heritage? Roy Bloch does not sound Argentine to me.
Sorry, one more time.
That's it. Roy Bloch does not sound an Argentine name. What's the story, mate?
Oh, man, that's the most Argentine name there is. A lot of Germans in Argentina. I'm of German descent, and very proud to be Argentine, American, and probably everything else in between.
Did you ever race in Argentina?
Yes, I did. I had the privilege to race TCR South America in Córdoba, Río Cuarto. Unos saludos muy grandes a toda la gente de Argentina, and just really happy to be here.
Gracias.
Oh, very good, Andrew. Great to hear, Roy Bloch. There's been a problem for the car that came in from the lead of TCR, and there's a problem for the car that leads the race overall. Ryan Eversley has stopped at the exit of the pit lane, and white smoke out of the back of the number 59 Mustang. I don't think Billy Johnson has elected a new pope. I think something's going wrong with the V8 engine. It's coming out of the exhaust pipes. Now, did Ryan Eversley hit the wall on his way out of the pits? He's stranded in the pit lane exit. Meantime, it looks like a Bond movie for the number 59. Can't see any damage on the 73 of Honda of Ryan Eversley. That's been a great run. Something is hanging down from the car at the front under the right middle of that number 73. That may be a problem. Billy's going to have to come in. Johnson's going to have to come in. He can't continue. Now, the 73 of Ryan Eversley, he's outside the pit lane, so he can't get help from his team. This could be a full course yellow as Billy Johnson commits to the pit lane. Owen Trinkler's going to lead for Team TGM. Trinkler will come round and take the lead, and does so underneath us. Stephen McAleer, 1.6 seconds behind. Then it's Bill Oberlin, the Ford, in the pit lane. Matt Plum's going to go through in 4th place from Robin Liddell in 5th. And I think there's going to have to be a full course caution to retrieve the Ryan Eversley car down in the pit lane. Well, they'll fuel it, and they'll have a look underneath. It's now a black smoke, Shea Adam, down by the 57. She went past her, actually. They're looking underneath the car. The hood, the bonnet comes up, and there's smoke under there as well. That, to me, looked like an oil smoke that was coming out the back. Could be something simple as an oil line that's broken and dripping oil onto the hot exhaust. And meanwhile, Ryan Eversley has got going again. So that saves the full course yellow, but he's not up to pace. Now,
wow.
That was a huge turnaround for LA Honda World.
Yeah, the car pitted with an hour and 9 minutes to go in this race. I don't think they would have been able to get to the end of the race. He's pulling off the road at turn 3, so it looks like the race is over for the LA Honda World team. What a shame. That was a great performance by Mike Lamara and Ryan Eversley. They were right where they needed to be. I think they probably needed a splash and go unless there was another full course caution, but still they were running so well, but it's all ended early.
Shea is with LA Honda World. Let's find out if Ryan was able to shed any light on the radio over that issue as Owen Trinkler leads for Team TGM in their first outing for the Porsche, and a huge piece of bodywork has fallen off. Now, is that off from the Toyota Supra number 6 that's had all the issues? No, it was the number 40. It's been a weird race for PF Racing and for all the Mustangs. Almost threw it straight back to Chase Briscoe. That was the Chad McCumbee car that is damaged on the rear end. Shit.
I'm down here with Mike Lamara at the LA Honda World pit box. He said it just died for Ryan Eversley as he left the pit lane. Ryan did manage to get some life back into it, but Mike, what a disappointing end to what was such a great start to this partnership.
Yeah, you never know, right? You got to keep pushing to the end. So, yeah, I don't know exactly what happened, but hopefully we can get it worked out and get back in the fight.
And better luck at Sebring.
Yeah, thanks a lot, Shay.
You could hear the disappointment in Mike Lamara's voice there. So big damage on the back of the number 40 PF Pink Mustang. He's lost a position to his teammate. We can see parts of the undercarriage of the Mustang that really shouldn't be on view to the public. The left-hand side exhaust is dangling down there as well. Meantime, it's more Ford Performance problems in the pit lane for the Core Motorsport car. That car is going behind the wall under the Rolex arch in the middle of the pit lane. It is under its own power, but clearly something in the engine bay looked to me as though they were looking at an oil union to one of the oil coolers. So they've either split an oil union or they've split an oil cooler, and there was oil dripping onto hot components. Then the aero of the car drags that underneath the car and spits it out of the diffuser under the rear of the machine. So it's Porsche first and second. 64 TGM from RS1, Owen Trinkler and Stephen McAleer. Bill Oberlin hunting in third place for the number 95 Turner Motorsport machine. Then it's a Chevy Camaro, Robin Liddell, then Matt Plum, then Trent Hinman makes up the top 6 for the number 7 Volt car. Nearly got nailed by Austin Cindric coming into the pits earlier in the piece. Robbie Fawley for the second of the BMWs from Turner in 7th. Then Christian Simchak, former Mazda MX-5 racer, among other things, in 9th position for Mercedes AMG. Check that, in 8th position. In 9th, Eric Voss. And rounding off the top 10, Scott Andrews in the number 21 Supra GT4. That's your top 10 in GS with an hour and a minute to go. TCR has the 33 Hyundai Elantra back in the lead with Mark Wilkins. Hyundai in second is Steven Simpson, then Tim Lewis for Alfa Romeo in the number 5 car, driven so expertly by Roy Block, who led on pure pace. Tyler Gonzalez for Hyundai, the Veloster. The Van der Steur racing car, that's the white car with the red, white and blue stripes on the side. That's 4th position. Then the 77 Hyundai for Mason Filippi. And the 77 car's going slowly. That's the 5th place car. More problems for TCR runners. Now that was the car that was on the pole position, and in the same black and white unlivery colours, and that car is coughing and spluttering. Do I see the hint of movement on the right front there? Is that another drive shaft issue? Meantime, the lead of the race, the 2 Porsches up behind the JDC Miller Unitronics car. That number 17, by the way, worked its way up to 11th position from being at the back of the TCR category with Chris Miller at the wheel. Early problems, but has been right on the pace since then. A question of what might have been at the front of the field. Here comes the attempt for the lead. High side for Owen Trinkler across the line. Down right on the yellow line for the green, black and white of RS1 and for Stephen McAleer. Down through turn 1, somebody's locked up in front of them. That, I think, was the number 15 Audi that was having the issue. Yes, it was.
Yep. Rockwell father and son.
Yeah.
The wheel of that car, but Owen Trinkler leads this race. It's been a long victory drought for this team, Team TGM. His last win was at VIR in 2018. That was his 13th win in what has now been 170 starts. He desperately wants to win again. He won the championship that season for Team TGM with Hugh Plum, who's in the sister car today.
I think I just caught a glimpse of Rob Eklund going off in the 09. That's the Aston Martin Vantage. And that is 4th place at the moment in the GS Bronze category. That category led by Chris Wilson in 15th overall, with Kyle Washington in the Porsche in 2nd. So Mercedes AMG 11 from Porsche 32 from Mercedes number 65. That's the Tim Probert driven Murillo racing car. That's the new Bronze Cup for all gentlemen drivers, all bronze driver lineups. Still just the lead for Owen Trinkler. Remember, this is the battle for the lead because the number 59 had oil smoke out of the back. And Shea Adam investigating in true Joe Bradley style. didn't taste it, but did touch it and sniff it. It was engine oil. The other drama from a front-running car, this time in TCR, Ryan Eversley, coming out of the pit lane and losing all drive. He managed to get the car another couple of corners after a full reset. I think that might have been a drive shaft as well. Electronics, I'm hearing, and that car continues. But problems for the Mustang in the pit lane. They're working under the car, or at least they're putting the hard jacks under. Turner into the pit lane, third position. Bill Oberlin comes into the pit lane. We'll keep an eye on that as Shea gives us this update.
We do have the Turner Mobile into the pit lane. Fuel and tires for Bill Oberlin. Hasn't been out there that long, I don't think. So this is back timing to the end of the race, perhaps, question mark. Also into the pits with Robin Liddell a bit further down, but I can't quite see that stop because the Turner guys are blocking it. But it is fuel, and at the very least, right side tires for now. And yes, it will be left side tires for Bill Oberlin as well. We've got another car onto the pit lane too. Ooh, it's starting to heat up. Jeremy, is it the time where people can make it to the end?
It's 57 minutes remaining in this race. He's going to have to be pretty easy on the right foot, I think, there is Bill Oberlin to get to the end from here. But Don Salama is a master strategist, so I'm sure, and Bill Oberlin's been around this sport a little bit of time as well, so he knows how to save as much fuel as he possibly can. They'll certainly be hoping for a full course caution in order to make things a little bit easier for them. We haven't had one though for quite a long time. It's been well over an hour since we've had one, and there's just under an hour remaining in this race. Here's a pit stop also for the fourth place car of Rebel Rock Racing. Robin Liddell gets a splash of fuel. I don't think he took on tyres. Did he? Wasn't looking. Maybe he did. Yeah, he probably did. Yeah, I think he did.
Andrew was watching that, and I'm pretty certain they did take on tyres for the run down. Full course yellow is out. This is for the 09 car. So I did see the Aston Martin of Rob Eklund off the circuit. This was the kink, and I'm not sure he's made it all the way down to turn 5. Full course yellow is out. I think it's off on driver's left. Let me get the binos out. Yes, it is. It hasn't quite made it. It's about 150 yards from safety and from not having to get the yellows out. The Stoner Car Care machine, Rob Eklund driving that car, was off on driver's left a lap or two ago. There's also quite a large bit of Mustang underbody from the rear that's on the circuit. That came from the 4-0 car that is being driven at the moment by Chad McCumbee. That's cost him some pace, and his teammate Chase Briscoe goes through with that brotherly battle there for 17th and 18th position. Already the AMR safety vehicle is there, the Porsche Cayenne intervention vehicle, and we've got the tow truck as well.
Phew. Goodness gracious me, what drama in this race, John. Incredible. Stephen McAleer closed right up to Owen Trinkler, but wasn't in a position to make, wasn't able at least to make a pass before this caution period. The caution period is fantastic news for those cars that have made a pit stop just moments before it. Number 95 and number 71 in particular, they're going to be able to cycle to the front when everybody else comes onto pit lane to make their final stops. And so a little bit unfortunate, certainly for everybody else. But yeah, whether Don Salama on the strategy box for Turner Motorsport reckon there was going to be a full course caution, or whether they could get to the end from here, having made that stop, is completely irrelevant now, because I think they should have no difficulty in getting to the end of this race on the tank of fuel they have aboard that number 95 BMW, and they're going to have the track position. But with 54 minutes now remaining, the safety car BMW will pick up the 3 Porsches now running at the front of the pack. 2 of them are separated by one of the Brian Herder Sport Hyundais in TCR. But it's Owen Trinkler that leads in car number 64 for Team TGM, switching over the winter from Chevrolet to Porsche. And showing the wisdom of that, they lead the race. In second place is Stephen McAleer in the number 28 RS1 car. So 2 locally based teams from the Orlando area in first and second, and third because Owen Trinkler's teammate Matt Plum, with whom he shared the winning championship car in 2018, is third. And then the best of the BMWs, it's Robbie Foley currently in fourth place in car number 96. And the Aston Martin of Trent Hinman, we haven't really talked about the Volt racing car through this race, in the top 5 at the moment, ahead of the 2 Murillo Motorsports Mercedes, Christian Schimjak in car number 72, what a character he is, and Eric Foss, a former champion in GS in car number 56.
Yeah, well done to Owen Trinkler for staying ahead of Stephen McAleer as he was being hunted down. And there will be no pass around, so the pits will open immediately with 53 minutes to go. You've got to go. You've got to go. Whether you think you can get to the end or not, you have to go to the pits now. And Bill Oberlin closes up on the 2 Porsches as they head to the pit lane. The first to pit will be the leader. Let's take these pit reports. Andrew, you've got the leader with you, the number 64 Owen Trinkler car.
Negative, John. I've got the 28 with me. The second place car just stops on his march now. They're going to fuel that up. This is a bitting old pit road. The 8 has just come in as well, just past my right thigh by inches. And it's all action down here, of course. I'll give you a bit more of an update as soon as I get right down in amongst it.
Fuel and tires for Robbie Foley in the 96 Turner Motorsport BMW. Fuel and tires in the 41, that is Austin Cindric staying aboard the PF Racing Mustang. And fuel and tires for Tyler McQuarrie in the number 93 Porsche for Carbon. We've got all 3 of the cars still up on their air checks. No, take that back. Turner's already done with the tire change. Dang, that was quick for them. Away has already gone Owen Trinkler, but Robbie Foley gets out ahead. Turner doing 2 tires to get Robbie Foley track position. Owen had to be stopped for 4 tires because that was the longer stop. Next out is the 28 for RS1, then the 21 Toyota, followed by the 56 Mercedes of Murillo. No, Carbon jumps ahead of all of them. That was a great stop by Carbon. We've now got PF Racing as the only car left in their box. Rolling, 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 and gone for Austin Cindric.
Well, a brilliant piece of strategy from Turner Motorsport that has put Bill Oberlin out, Robbie Foley out in the lead. 2 tyres only. Write that one down, Jeremy. We'll be talking about that later on, I'm sure. Right sides only. The tyres that work the hardest on the left-hand corners here. And that little bit of time that they saved, well, did they get all the fuel in to get to the end? That would be my question. When were they last in that Turner Motorsport machine, and how much fuel did it need?
Which one? 95 car?
Yeah.
It was, he pitted on lap 67.
No, the 96, the Robbie Foley car.
Yeah, 96, yeah, big one, yeah. It came in on lap 70. So it had done 15 laps of...
So it wasn't a full fuel load by any stretch of the imagination.
Correct.
Gave them the option to do the 2 tyre stop and send it, which is what they've done.
Yeah, bit of a gamble at this station in the game, certainly. But particularly with number 95 car, it's now going to cycle through. The odd thing here is number 46 car did not pit Matt Plum, who was running in 3rd position.
Yeah.
He definitely owes us a pit stop. He can't get to the end from here. So that was an odd decision.
It's been out 22 laps plus, that car.
Yeah, last came in on lap 64, that's right. So, you know, definitely needed a stop. Very odd that Matt Plum, who is...
Did they not want to stop both of the cars together?
No, because the other car had just been in right beforehand.
Yeah,
so that wasn't a problem. Very
good
strange,
point.
that one.
So Matt Plum will lead when we come back to green, unless he comes in.
They should have both come in at the same time. But even so, do they not? I mean, I don't know. Odd.
At IMSA Radio, please. If you would like to get in touch with us, don't forget tomorrow, full coverage, no blocks or breaks on IMSA Radio, the audio for everybody. We're also on here in the US, Sirius XM 202. IMSAradio.com for live radio if you're outside of the US or if you're not Sirius XM enabled. And don't forget, that if you're outside of the US, and that includes Canada, by the way, with no TV deal there this year, you can have uninterrupted free access to the international video stream as well. Plenty of people in Europe watching that at the moment. Let's get the TCR stops away. Here come the Hyundais, the Alpha and the Veloster. Andrew Marriott.
Lots of Hyundais down here, all changing tyres and topping up on their fuel. Both the first and second cars coming in absolutely in unison here. It'll be interesting to see who goes out first between just a quickie. The Liddell car didn't take tyres earlier on. We were asking about that. It looks as if 33 might win this pit stop battle here. And it's off the jack. The second Simpson car is off the jack. The car gets away first and mates up on the other two. So he's down the pit lane. The other two are still stationary.
Brilliant stop from the Simpson Motorsport side of the garage. It's the Alpha that goes out second. Shea Adam, your end of the pit lane. You had the Veloster with you, and that's going to cycle out very closely. We've also got one of the Audis leaving.
Yes, the AOA Audi was actually the first car back off the pit lane as the Alpha gets passed by everybody, leaving the pits. That was awkward. Yes, the Veloster has a bit of damage to the nose of the car. The front of it is actually hanging down quite a bit when they lifted it up on the jacks, but it was a very smooth stop. And for the NGP performance car, they did tires only, so keep an eye on the 44.
Well, there was an overtake there by the car that got out, the Simpson Motorsport car. It overtook the AOA Audi, but I think the Audi lifted, possibly to keep out of the way of the leader in class because it's lapsed down that car. But it was very interesting. Not sure what happened to the Alpha either. Were they looking at the lights? Were the lights not green? No, they must have been, but there was definitely an overtake in the pit lane, and it was in the pit lane, so that will be being looked at. Very odd indeed. The entry and the pit lane, you know, you're supposed to be on the pit lane speed limiter. Not everybody's is the same. That's very interesting. Green light showing now at the end of the pit lane. Is that what caught the eye of Tim Lewis in the Alpha as the final wave by before we go back to green is underway? The very attractive dark green BMW M3 leading round the field. Well, we've seen plenty of action on the track. I didn't expect to see passes in the pit lane as well, Jeremy. For positioned and for putting laps on people.
And these cars, by the way, that are moving their way past the safety car and around either to win the pits or to make up their laps, they were in between the safety car and their respective class leaders. The one of those, there's number 42, PF Motorsport, PF Racing Mustang, was. He had been a lap down because everybody else pitted. He got back on the lead lap, but they're going to have to make this a super fast stop if they're going to be able to make this pit stop and get out of the pits before the leaders come past in order to gain that lap back. Have to wait and see. They're working on that car now, and the leaders are making their way past start-finish line. There goes the Mustang. It is ahead of the leaders, but he's only on the pit lane speed limiter. It's shorter through the pit lane. He's going to go a lap down, though. Yeah, he is. That didn't work out.
He's ran the red lights. He's ran the red lights at the end of the pit lane.
That hasn't worked out either. It's worse in that case.
That is a no-no.
Yeah.
No, from our vantage position, we can see the red light. Meantime, PF are back in with the 40 car, the one that had the two stops, and we've also got TGM in for the stop for the other car, the Trinkler car. Not the Trinkler car, sorry, that was the Matt Plum car. Yeah,
we need to find out why that car didn't come in when it could have.
Maybe they thought they can't go to the end, Jeremy, and they've, you know, one more lap under safety car is 3 and a bit minutes, 4 minutes. I don't know. It's a tough one. Shea Adam, how's it going at PF?
It's going swimmingly. They even tore off the bumper that was hanging off. They had enough time with everything being done. Now the car comes off the air jacks, 4 fresh Michelin tires, and a lot of fuel. And there was a miscommunication. They want to try and put some tape on the back of this car before it leaves to hold any other bits that might be hanging down. So Chad McCumbee sitting patiently in the car. He did start to go, but then got the radio message, no, not yet. We want to do a little bit of, well, bodywork repair to it.
Yeah, that car's a lap down there, so it's not in contention for the win here.
I think it had an incident with its teammate that knocked the back end of that cut off when they were having a battle, and it was the underbody underneath the rear bumper that was left on the track. That has now been sorted. That's not going to be a very nice handling car, because the underbody aerodynamics, even on these GT4 cars, are really important.
Like the pink tape, though.
Very good. Yeah.
But look, that was not a good lap there for PF Racing, because the number 40 car had got the lap back. They tried to duck in the pits, get a splash of fuel and get out again before the leaders came around. That didn't work, unfortunately, and even worse, compounded the fact by running a red light at the end of the pit lane. So that was Chad McCumbee, who's a former champion in the ST class here, so that car is going to have another penalty afterwards. So it's a lap off the pace. So the only car from that PF equipe that is on the lead lap is Austin Cindric, who is a one-time, arguably should be two-time Xfinity Series champion. He's running in 11th place in car number 41.
Has some experience of GT racing, raced the Bathurst 12 hours
in this championship as well.
Yeah.
He's had some success here, certainly in the past. Austin, he's won a couple of races in his 16 starts.
Brian Herter with 6 cars in the fight for TCR, splitting his time between them. Just a quick reminder to the team, Michelin Motorsport, Michelin Pilot Challenge moment of the race. We've got to think about that for both GS and TCR. Is that 2-tyre stop going to pay off for Turner Motorsport? And Will Turner boys going to be having a new set of Michelin race tyres as well as tacos over the weekend to celebrate with. That was a cracking bit of strategy, but will it pay off? What about Roy Block's drive earlier on in the Alpha, fighting his way to the lead? By far the best that I've seen him drive, and past 2 Hyundais to get to the lead. Is that the Michelin Pilot moment of the race in TCR, or will something else catch our eye in the next 41.5 minutes? Don't go anywhere, because this one is by no means finished as far as the headline writers or the story writers are concerned. Let's go down to the pit lane and speak to Hugh Plum, and let's find out why that TGM Porsche did not come in at the first time of asking. Were they worried about getting to the end, Andrew?
Yeah, Hugh's just stepping off the pit wall for me. Hugh, we're wondering why you didn't come in a lap earlier.
I have no idea. That's all I can tell you.
You think that's probably a mistake there?
Yes, absolutely. Well, it's all right. We'll rebound. Got the best team in the paddock here. We'll be fine.
You've got another 3/4 of an hour, well, almost an hour to go, so we're going to try and build on that. But yeah, these things happen in motor racing once in a while. You've got so much experience with your brother.
That's right. We got the best out there right now, and I'm sure he'll get to the front of the field.
Yeah, the car's been going really well, and both of you too.
It's been great. It's been great. Just thank Ted Giovanna so much for this great opportunity.
And what about this new Porsche? It's quite an upgrade, isn't it? It's a nice new car.
Yeah, they do a lot of things really well. We're super happy with it, and we'll see what happens here getting to the end of the race.
Thanks very much. Well, let's see what happens. Maybe that mistake will cost them, though.
Well, it could very well, Andrew.
It'll cost them a podium, cost them a top 10, probably. I mean, and what's odd about it? What's odd about it? I mean, this is his 150th start, so congratulations on that, Hugh. He was running in 3rd position. He saw the other leaders, the 2 guys ahead of him, come into the pits. Why he didn't follow them is kind of weird. I mean, I'm sure he would have been on the phone. Do I need to come into the pits? On the radio into the pits. So clearly some sort of miscommunication there. Strange.
39.5 minutes to go. The green flag is back in hand on the starter stand. The BMW safety car pulls in. We're about to go green for the BMW M Endurance Challenge at Daytona. The first round of the IMSA Michelin Pilot Challenge for 2022. And already on the high side, Robbie Foley making ground underneath the yellow line for Owen Trinkler. Well, I'm not sure how that's going to be seen. That's an interesting one. Let's see what the race control make of that. There's 2 BMWs in there. Robbie Foley in 3rd position, and another Turner BMW coming through. That must have been Bill Oberlin. So Bill Oberlin and Robbie Foley making up ground. Bill Oberlin
was leading.
He was scored across the line as the lead.
No, he was leading, yeah, absolutely.
Owen Trinkler dived down to the inside, and we had Robin Liddell and Robbie Foley making moves as well. So,
yeah, and number 47 car that's in the thick of that, Jason Hart, he's a lap down along with James Sofronis. I think they were in the mix there as well, weren't they? But they are a lap down, almost a lap down to the race leader now, which is Owen Trinkler. That was a bizarre restart there. Cars all over the racetrack, and not sure they were where they should have been either.
As we spotted, PF number 42 Mustang running the light at the end of pit lane. That's a stop in 60. And Steven Simpson, the leader in TCR, same penalty. Also, the number 85, same penalty. Audi RS3 of Patrick Wilmot's 8th position.
Yeah.
And that's a stop plus 60. That's a big, big penalty.
Yeah, the only significant one there, really. All the other guys are a lap down, but number 54 car is leading a class in TCR.
Yeah, absolutely. Great restart from Owen Trinkler with cars backed up ahead of him. Bill Oberlin, of course, had almost lapped cars, and Trinkler timed that perfectly, overtook just on the restart line as Robbie Foley went back over the top. Now the Nola Sport car still ahead of the leaders. Here comes Robin Liddell on the high side, and Owen Trinkler will want to get by. The Nola Sport car needs to cut to the inside here, otherwise Bill Oberlin's going to stick the nose of the Turner BMW there. Robin Liddell right there. Trinkler, Liddell, Oberlin, 3 of the most experienced and feisty drivers still. Don't tell them that age matters, because it's there's no difference in their speed now from when they started their career. I'd argue that some of them might even be driving better now than they ever have done.
Yeah.
Liddell to second, Robin Liddell to second. And third is Bill Oberlin into the pit lane, the AOA Audi number 85, which was having problems coming out of the pit lane. That's the drive-through. So that's why he slowed down at the end of the pit lane. That was what we saw when the Alpha slowed down. I did say I wonder if Tim Lewis had seen a red light, and cars went around him. So the red light was on for a moment and cars went through it. So that was the TCR stop. Before that we had that. So when the Alpha slowed down, and also when we had the overtake in the pit lane, let's not forget there must have been a flash of the red light to do that. So who else was involved in that? That was the 54 car, of course, that overtook the number 85.
Sheesh. Quiet race, huh?
What a race. Pit lane mistakes in the first round of the championship.
So Jason Hart here tried to remain on the lead lap. I'm quite sure why he didn't get the wave, why he wouldn't have got the pass round. I guess he was in a position to do so.
Yeah. Looks like Ryan Eversley is dead stick on the pit lane. Again, he's crawling to his pit stop, to pit stall, and the engine cover, the hood, bonnet, call it what you will, comes up on the LA Honda World car, but they're out of it. Meantime, the leaders go past the Nola World 47. That's the white and yellow Porsche down in turn 1. That's not in the fight. The 64 leads, the orange, bright blue and white car, Team TGM from the Camaro in second. Third, the BMW. In fourth, Robbie Foley, the second of the Turner BMWs. He's got traffic in there as well, which is the number 32 Porsche, which is a lap down. So still the car 54. Car 54, please come in, your time is up. Running the light at pit exit, that's the Steven Simpson car, the Hyundai Elantra, leading TCR. It will be well out of that race. It's going to drop down outside the top, well, probably the bottom of the top 10, I would think, with a stop and minute. Restart has been reviewed. Race control happy with it. So everything is okay on that.
So you can pass below the yellow lines then. I don't remember seeing anything in the pre-race notes about that. So that's been reviewed, and
we did have a pass in the Idemitsu Mazda MX-5 Challenge for the win down below in the first race on Thursday, and that was allowed. Consistency from race control there. Chris Winston, by the way, Jeremy, leading the new GS Bronze Cup.
Yeah.
Keep trying to remember to mention that. They were well up inside the top 10, but as the race is shaken out, they're down in 15th position, but leading that subcategory for all bronze drivers.
And that's that Capstone Motorsports Mercedes AMG GT4 that Chris shares with Gary Ferreira. In second place in the bronze category is Tim Probert, along with Brent Mosing in number 65 Murillo Mercedes, and in third position is James Sofronis, who is just one lap down in the number 32 GMG Porsche. But meanwhile, this battle for the lead, Owen Trinkler against Robin Liddell, they've edged away a little bit from Bill Obel in third position, who wasn't able to hold the lead at the start, and he just got mugged at the start at the restart.
He was held up by the two almost lapped cars, Jeremy. I don't think he felt he was controlling the race. You could argue that that was a bit of a disadvantage there for the leader of the race. Indeed. Coming back to green flag. 32, call it 33 minutes to go, and Trinkler and Liddell have pulled away by about a second and a half from the two Turner BMWs, who are third and fourth. 95 from 96, I like that. That's in number order. 93, oh God, 93, 95, 96 altogether. Tyler McQuarrie coming back with the Carbon, number 93 in fifth position.
Indeed, so he's going to be one to watch in the closing stages. Right behind, of course, Stephen McAleer, who's led, along with Eric Filgaris, has led a goodly portion of this race. Last time around, Owen Trinkler just turned his best lap of the race. 153.577, that's when you need to. 32 minutes remaining.
Had to, because he was being pushed by Robin Liddell, and the Scotsman just putting his fastest middle sector in of the race, and the cars, and Bill Oberlin as well. Should mention Stephen McAleer that Jeremy was talking about in the green and white CBW. That's the RS1 car. That car was head and shoulders quicker than everything else early on. What pace will it have towards the end of the race? Also, another thing to consider, Bill Oberlin was at the lead coming to the green flag courtesy of a two-tyre stop, just the right sides. Is that, excuse me, Foley only had two, Oberlin had four. So will Robbie Foley's pace be impacted by that two-tyre stop as they come to the last 30 minutes or so of the race? Still waiting for Stephen Simpson to come to pit lane and serve the stop and 1 minute penalty. There's clearly some discussion going on. Now, he's only got 3 laps for that. He must be on the jagged egg. He'll stop being scored here. If he's not careful, he's going to drop down to the bottom end of the top 10. But if he doesn't come in, and there's no good reason for it, then it could be an exclusion. So there must be some discussion going on there of that particular penalty.
Absolutely right, and he'll still say the top. He'll lose a lap, but he'll probably be able to rejoin. Well, he will be able to rejoin in sixth position actually.
All right.
So not that bad. I would get that penalty served. You don't want to be DQ'd from the race. That's for sure.
Yeah, just full season entry, that car as well. So collecting points right through the year in TCR here in the Michelin Pilot Challenge. It is the BMW M Endurance Challenge at Daytona, 50th anniversary of BMW M cars. And what a performance legacy they have had. Robin Liddell is slow on the banking. Well, relatively so, because over on the high side, Bill Oberlin gets the Turner BMW, the car with the more white on the yellow and blue livery. Liddell loses second position. Bill Oberlin gains it, courtesy of his fastest lap of the race last time around. In TCR, a pass for the lead, actually. Oh, beautiful piece of driving from the Tim Lewis at Alfa Romeo. Used the AOA Audi on the low side going into the bus stop chicane. Used it as a bit of a pick, a screen in basketball terminology, and it left Stephen Simpson nowhere to go. So Tim Lewis and Alfa lead with 29 minutes to go in TCR at the front of the field. A brilliant couple of laps by Owen Trinkler. Has seen him get a second and a half away from the chasing hordes, but that's now headed by Bill Oberlin, who's just gone through into second. Big battle going on between Stephen McAleer and Robbie Foley behind Robin Liddell. That's for 4th and 5th position. Here comes Stephen Simpson into the pit lane. Might as well get his Kindle out and read a chapter or so, because it's going to feel like that as he's standing still for 60 seconds. 1 full minute at the end of the pit lane in the Universal Coatings number 54. He will be absolutely fuming with himself, running the red light.
Yeah, I mean, clearly there must have been something was funky down there.
Well,
because
Tim Lewis saw it because he
did.
And as did the AOA Audi, because that car pretty much stopped as well, which allowed Stephen Simpson to drive round it. That was the thing that caught my eye. The AOA Audi gets out first and then sort of flutters, but Tim Lewis stops and waits and waits and waits and waits, and then goes and has to start again. Meantime, at the front of that gaggle of cars, Stephen Simpson actually used that to get by the AOA car. They both got penalised, the AOA car and the 54, with a stop and hold.
Yeah, and Stephen Simpson's defence, his sighting of the lights, I mean, it's fairly high, so it might have been obscured by the number 85 car that was coming out of its pit box in front of it to the left. That's all I can think of, because Stephen Simpson is hugely experienced.
Just thought that he's coming to the lights.
I mean,
you can see the lights
high.
flashing. You can see the lights are flashing, and that tells you it's red. And it's
there it goes to green.
And there it goes to green. It was Tim Lewis in the Alpha that caught my eye, and I think I mentioned it at the time. I think he saw the red light, and at the last moment just lifted off. A costly small error, and the fact that Tim Lewis stopped for that red light, is that the Michelin moment of the race in TCR? That could give them the victory here. Roy Block's done a cracking opening stint, and Tim Lewis, with everything else that's going on around him, has seen that red light. That could give them the win here. Meantime, back at race control, an incident under review for 2 cars coming together. That would be the number 65 car and the number 42.
Yeah, 65 is on the tail end of the lead.
That's Tim Probert, isn't it, in the Murillo car?
Yeah, and number 42 car is Chase Briscoe, the NASCAR series driver, who's a couple of laps down.
In the PF Mustang. I have to say, I hadn't seen that either with my own eyes or on the feed that we get from NASCAR Productions. Thanks to everybody up in Charlotte for giving us extra several eyes and ears, and in particular thanks to our camera operators this week, who've been working in very tough conditions, and it's pretty sticky still out there, although the temperature has dropped a degree or two. The humidity has barely moved, still 17 degrees Celsius and a toasty 20 on the track.
Now Stephen McAleer has worked his way past Bill Oberlin up into second position then in that Community Beer Works RS1 Porsche Cayman, car number 28, and he's now 1.7 seconds behind Owen Trinkler, who leads the race.
And it is going to be a penalty for the Murillo Mercedes, and Tim Probert answers that immediately from 16th position. Incident responsibility with the number 42 Mustang into the pit lane. So how many cars have we lost? I think we've only lost 4 cars out of the original. The Alcantara car didn't start.
Well, there's quite a few kind of walking wounded out there.
That's true.
If you like, or a long way off the pace for various reasons.
Billy Johnson's car's retired with that oil issue. That was the 59 Ford Mustang. The number 12 Aston Martin, Thomas Merrill car, that's gone. Victor Gonzalez's 99 Honda Civic for his race team's gone. Gavin Ernstone hit the wall in the 61 Roadshagger Audi. Chad Gilsinger in the 89 Honda Civic. They had a problem as well. They were hoping to try and get that fixed and get it back out. That was the drive shaft issue, wasn't it, for the Hart Racing car? But we've not seen that car back yet. 25 minutes to go. Owen Trinkler. Focus forward, Owen, the man from Nashville, Tennessee.
Yeah.
Jen and the family, I'm sure, watching on. Cracking run for the first outing for Team TGM in this new liaison with Porsche, partnership with Porsche in this category of racing, and brand new cars. Remember the 718 GT4 RSs, the newest iteration. But he's being hunted down by the car that was undoubtedly the class of the field early on. The car and driver combination, perhaps we should say, that was the class of the field early on. Stephen McAleer for RS1. Stephen involved in every category here this weekend, either as a driver or a team owner. Then it's Bill Oberlin and Robin Liddell disputing the final spot on the podium, and they've got company. Liddell's gone through to third. No, he hasn't. That's Robbie Foley behind him. That's the danger of having two Turner cars running either side of the Camaro. Right in there as well, though, is the number 93 Carbon. Number 93 Porsche for Tyler McQuarrie. Scott Andrews in there in the best of the Toyota Supras as well. The number 21 Riley Motorsports car. But at the moment, with 23 minutes to go, with John Hindhaugh and Jeremy Shaw in the Hagerty Global Broadcast Centre, we have Porsche's first and second. This is boiling up quite nicely, Jeremy.
Well, isn't it just? And Stephen McAleer is catching Owen Trinkler. Owen and his co-driver Ted Giovannis. Ted has never won one of these races. He's finished second in the past, but never won one. Boy, what a moment it would be for the oldest driver in the race. He did a nice job in the opening stint, and Owen Trinkler he's got the bit between his teeth. He is not going to give up this race win without a huge fight.
And don't forget, they eschewed the opportunity to come in at the first caution to keep Ted out there. And that was a really big call as well. Murillo Racing number 56 AMG. Eric Voss off the track, and that's going to lose him a couple of places. Austin Cindric and Trent Hinman, they're quick enough anyway. You don't want to be driving off the road. They've both gone through this side by side going into the tri-oval now, and here comes the 43 BMW as well as they come around. Three wide into turn one. This could be very dangerous, and we've got a TCR car on either side of the 77 Hyundai, and Eric Voss gets his position back. He was on the grass earlier in the lap coming out of the bus stop chicane, but he has toughed it out with two of the fastest drivers on the circuit. Tiny little mistake as he came into the bus stop that last time. Got a little bit of a hip and shoulder, first of all, from the 41 of Austin Cindric, who then gave it back as they came out. But gotta say, Eric didn't. I don't think there was a scintilla of a lift. Then they dragged past him, but going down into turn one, he picked the inside, down the inside of Mason Filippi in the 77 Hyundai Elantra, and that was the right decision made in that split second. Both Austin Cindric and Eric Voss doing a bit of grass tracking there, and Trent Hinman taking advantage of that as well.
Yeah, and that's
now the battle for the lead.
Yeah, that was the battle for the seventh or so, but the battle for the lead is on right now. They're separated by 0.388 seconds as they cross the line. Last time it's probably even less than that as they head out of the Le Mans chicane and on to NASCAR banking 3 and 4.
Now let's see what the effect of the draft. The draft is strong with this one, and here comes Stephen McAleer.
Lap 100 about to be completed by race leaders. It's getting dark here, isn't it?
It is just starting to draw in.
Here we go.
It looks a little bit brighter on the cameras than it does to the naked eye. Just for a moment, McAleer thought to go down the inside. Give Owen Trinkler his due. He gave up the inside and the entry to that corner, and took the wide entry into turn one, and that actually gave him a little bit of breathing space. He braked much later there than Stephen. He's defending now, though, in the International Horseshoe. Now these two fighting might just let Bill Oberlin catch them up. He was only a couple of seconds behind, but that can disappear very quickly through the kink for the battle for the lead. 19.5 minutes to go. Two Porsches, two brand new Porsches, then two BMW M4 GT4s, then the Chevrolet Camaro of Robin Liddell. He's got Tyler McQuarrie behind him. He's right with Robbie Foley as well. So Foley's just gone through on the last lap. Foley has just gone through on Liddell to make it Turner 3 and 4. But it's Porsches 1 and 2 from different teams, mind you. TGM and RS1. RS1 the long-time Porsche partner.
Yeah.
Well, TGM just starting the relationship.
But yeah, two teams based maybe within an hour here of Daytona International Speedway. Different teams they are, but yeah, and running the same car, same chassis here. But boy, what a fight this is going to be with 18 minutes and change remaining.
And a nice warm-up for the top 4 drivers. They are all competing in the Rolex 24 at Daytona tomorrow for different teams. So they're going to have had plenty of practice. To my eyes, Owen Trinkler had a tiny little more of a gap as he came out of the now called Le Mans chicane. Well, I say that, it's a good draft though from the second place car as they come into the tri-oval. Trinkler stays down on the yellow line. He made use of that to take the lead at the restart, then swings up high, then goes to the apex early. Oh, slide from both of them. Are the back tyres beginning to give up a little bit of grip on these Cayman GT4 RSs? Through to the international horseshoe again, up to the outside. Surely not an outside pass here. We've seen it tried when it was damp, but not in the dry. Owen Trinkler did defend the inside now. Is this a case of the inevitable being stalled by Owen Trinkler? He's driving beautiful lines. There's nothing problematical with this. He's the leader, and Stephen McAleer needs to find his way through. What a great story it's been for Stephen down through the years. Made the jump from his native land in Europe to do a couple of scholarship programs, ran out of money, had to go back and stack shelves and then in a supermarket, and then found a bit more money, came back, and now he's a team owner and a multiple winner in IMSA Championship at IMSA Championship level. Great driver, fabulous lad. He'll not give up. If we know anything about both of these drivers, in life and on the racetrack, they are not quitters.
Yeah, they're certainly not. And Stephen McAleer, I think he's just stalking Owen Trinkler here. He has the faster car. It's been the faster car for most of the race, the RS1 car, but Owen Trinkler is still leading, and Stephen McAleer's got to find a way past him. I think he's going to kind of bide his time here, try to force Owen Trinkler into a mistake. But a guy who's made 170 starts in this championship does not make many mistakes.
Let's see them through the last part of the lap before we pick up a little bit of comment from TGM at the moment. Andrew is down there with the man whose name is above the door and did a great stint. Ted Giovannis will be watching on the pit wall at the moment across the line. And again, Owen Trinkler goes early to the apex and then drifts wide in the middle of the corner. Starting to see the glow from the front brakes now of both of these Porsches in the evening light. Not dark yet, but certainly twilight, gloaming again to the right-hand side of the track, and again round the outside. Now it's the old over and under this time from Stephen McAleer. He gets the overlap. He's halfway down the right-hand side, but that's going to make it tough through the kink. He's now all the way down the right-hand side to the kink. This is going to be the last of the late breakers into the western end, and somehow the grip was there for the 64 car, and Owen Trinkler continues to lead. Let's hear from his teammate and the man who owns the team. That's Ted Giovannis with Andrew Marriott. He must be biting his nails, Andrew.
Well, he's not actually biting his nails. I don't know how you can actually watch this.
Yeah, it's tough watching it because it's worse than being in the car. But these guys are having a heck of a battle, and so we really don't know what's going to happen. But Owen's doing a fantastic job. He was on fire all day today, so. I just keep my fingers crossed to the end.
Yeah, the two new Porsches are going really well, and there's nothing in it between the pair of them.
Yeah, I think yeah, basically the 28 car was leading way earlier in the race, so it's now it's just coming back. We cycled through the pit stops, and then we got the better of that once we got the yellow.
Ted, we'll keep our fingers crossed for you.
Well, a very cool sounding Ted Giovannis, given the circumstances there with Andrew Marriott down in the pit lane. And again, the draft helping the second place car, the number 28 RS1 Porsche Cayman GT4 RS. The battle in TCR, by the way, Tim Lewis has got almost 10 seconds now on Michael Lewis, no relation, in the Hyundai number one, excuse me. They fought back from a drive-through penalty, let's not forget, with Taylor Hagler in that car earlier on. She said Michael would fight back. She was absolutely right. Last year's defending champion. Again, the crossover out of the International Horseshoe for Stephen McAleer, but he didn't get as good a drive this time. Tried to tough it out on the right-hand side of the track through the kink, but that's getting a little bit dicey through there now, and Trinkler is very committed through the kink and just gets enough on that part of the circuit that there's no overtaking possibility there for Stephen McAleer. I am loving this. Yeah. I am loving it. Same car. Drivers making a difference, possibly a few setup differences as well. Pretty much the same life on their Michelin tyres, Jeremy, but they are performing and handling just a little bit differently here. They do seem to be, don't they? Just look at their lap times. The previous couple of laps, the race leader 53.8, 53.77. Last time around a 54.5. So I'm going to watch to see what he does this time around. I saw Owen Trinkler this morning. He was super relaxed, super happy with his car. But that RS1 car that's lurking behind him looks awfully ominous. Yeah, Owen just drifting into the first part of the Le Mans chicane. Oh, it's a brilliant run out of the back straight chicane for the CBW racing machine of RS1. He's on the high side. He gets a little side draft and then pushes the car to the top. Stephen McAleer then trying to use the banking, but Owen Trinkler is strong at the bottom of the track. He's holding on, tries a bit of side draft. Oh, the lead's gone. The lead's gone. That was a brilliant maneuver from Stephen McAleer, and he leads at the stripe with 12.5 minutes to go. Trinkler strong on the brakes though. Can he make a passing maneuver? Comes back in turn one. There's traffic ahead. It's the Van der Steur Hyundai. That's well up as well. The Veloster, Tyler Gonzalez in the number 19 car. That is in 5th position. Here comes Owen Trinkler trying the outside move into the International Horseshoe. Oh, great driving by Tyler Gonzalez to stay out the way of the leaders, and by his spotter or his team to tell him what was coming. That is really heads-up driving for a team and driver combination that is battling themselves for a top 5 position in class. Only a couple of seconds or so away from the cars ahead. There's a huge scrap going on ahead of the overall leaders, and these are top quality TCR drivers, and they're battling for positions on the podium. McAleer with a little bit of breathing space, maybe has broken the toe as they go up onto the speedway with 11.5 minutes to go. Jeremy Shaw and John Hindhaugh in the Haggerty Global Broadcast Centre. We've still got to pick our Michelin moments of the race, and whilst this battle goes on at the head of the field, for the moment it's been turned down from 11 stupid just to round about 11. Shea Adam, TCR, moment of the race.
Tim Lewis Jr. stopping at the red light.
Yeah.
Doing what you're supposed to do.
Yeah, agreed. What about GS?
GS, well, if it stays this way for the next 11 minutes, it'll be that pass from Stephen McAleer and the pass on Andrew Davis earlier on, and the pass by Eric a bit earlier on. RS1 has performed magnificently today, and they have just been able to drive their way to the front time and time again.
Jeremy Shaw, Michelin moment of the race, your nomination for TCR?
Well, is it a good moment or a bad moment? It's a bad moment for number 54, that's for sure. But number 5 team, they've done a fantastic job, haven't they? To put themselves in this position. They've got a super fast car. They're taking full advantage of it. Hats off here to Michael Lewis.
It could have gone in an instant.
Michael Lewis and Taylor Hagler, the series champions, and they've
come drive back.
Yeah, exactly. They had to. They did have a problem early in the race. I can't remember.
They had a drive-through. Yeah. They had a drive-through, if you remember. Taylor Hadler came in the pits. What about GS? Oh, problem for the Toyota Supra, number 21.
Scott Andrews, he was running well.
Andrews, yeah.
He was in the 7th position. He'd done a really nice job as well. That's the man, the Australian, who set the fastest lap at the final race of last season in the Toyota.
GS moment of the race, Michelin Pilot moment of the race for you, Jeremy?
Oh, gosh.
Possibly the McAleer passes.
The turn motorsport BMW for making that stop right before the caution came out.
Yeah, absolutely. Andrew Marriott, very quickly from you, your nomination for the TCR moment of the race?
Got to be Robert Wickens starting the race. Incredible.
Right. Yeah,
and,
the 3300, hour and a half. Yeah.
And GS, well, it might not have happened yet, but I'll go for the Michelin pass just a couple of laps ago.
Okay, thank you. We'll cogitate on that and let you know before the end of the race so that Michelin can get a set of competition tyres ready. 9 minutes to go. Set of competition tyres for both of those cars. I tell you what, that Mark Wilkins driven number 33 car after the sterling start by Robert Wiggins could still be on the podium here. He's only 9/10 of a second away from a podium finish. It's Tristan Herbert. Tristan, by the way, who spun on his outlap, remember, in that number 44 car, is holding on to a podium position. Man who knows Audi very, very well indeed. Come back to racing in recent times. And at the moment, he's holding a solid third position, just ahead of Tyler Gonzalez, Mark Wilkins and Tyler Gonzalez. So he's going to have it all on his hands as well. Plenty of stories, as ever. Even in the short races, we have plenty of stories. And with a 4-hour contest for the BMW M Endurance Challenge at Daytona, we've just multiplied that by a factor of 10. Oh, Tristan goes wide into the hairpin at the far end of the circuit, the western end, and there's third position just disappearing for the number 44 Audi. He's going to try round the outside into turn 6. Try the cutback, maybe get the power on a little bit earlier. Looks to me as though he may be struggling for grip. Yeah, he's got understeer and front wheel spinning there as he heads up onto the high banks, tries to tuck into the Hyundai Elantra of Mark Wilkins, and the number 33 car is gone. But here comes the Audi. The Audi gets the tour. Now into the back straight chicane. Is there an opportunity here for Tristan? He goes low early, so that means Mark can't defend anymore. This is going to be the last of the late breakers, and we've got GS traffic coming through as well. That's the GMG Porsche Cayman. Fortunately, everybody was heads up there. 7 minutes to go. McAleer has pulled away from Owen Trinkler, who's got 4.6 on Bill Oberlin. He's got 3/4 of a second on Robbie Foley. Robbie only took the 2 tyres at the pit stop, remember.
Yeah, that was a good call too. I mean, it's put that
pulled
car
them right into contention.
And even with just changing the 2 tyres, he's staying right with Bill Oberlin, his Turner Motorsport BMW teammate there, and holding off right behind him Tyler McQuarrie in another of these very, very quick Porsches.
Tristan Herbert going for third position at turn 1. He's got alongside Mark Wilkins and now tries to cut back, but here's the number 17 Audi. Now that's not in the fight here. That's laps down. That's Chris Miller in 10th position, but might be able to give the other Audi a tour. Meantime, coming through that field, that I think is Matt Plum and Austin Cindric having a scrap. Yes, it is. Scrapping for 7th and 8th. It's the 46 TGM car, and Austin Cindric in the best place of the 3 starting PF Mustangs.
And just ahead of them, having worked his way all the way through after that mistimed pit stop that put the number 46 car right at the back there in 16th position for the restart. Matt Plum has got that car back up into 7th position. That's been a tremendous drive by yet another former series champion here, Matt Plum.
Yeah, Austin Cindric wanting to improve as well in the number 41 PF car.
Been a great battle that he's had there with Plum, Hinman, Foss, Christian Schimjak was in there, and also in that, it's been a super battle. Trent Hinman, did I mention Trent Hinman?
Yeah, you did.
Yeah.
14 cars, 15 cars still on the lead lap. It was a great opportunist dive down the inside by Mark Wilkins to take the lead. A lap or so ago. McAleer crosses the line and heads down to turn 1 to our right-hand side. There's Owen Trinkler, and Trinkler is being closed down just a little bit, I think, by Bill Oberlin. What were the times last time around? Well, it was only a 10th by Oberlin. That's not enough at this stage. Robbie Foley losing pace now just a little bit as those 2 tyres, the 2 left-hand side tyres, have been on that car a very, very long time indeed. Eric Foss has just put his fastest third sector and the car's fastest third sector, and he's in 10th in the number 56. There's still pace to be found out there. But what a run at the front of TCR by Tim Lewis. It's got some, what is that? That's 20 seconds now that car's got ahead of Michael Lewis in second, Mark Wilkins in third, Tristan Herbert in fourth. So Alfa, Hyundai, Audi in the top 7 of TCR. The two Turner cars together now. Oberlin and Fowley. Problem out on the back of the circuit for the number 83 GS car. Now that's one of the Porsches, and that is not running right. It looks to me as though there's a problem with the right-hand side of that car. Spencer Pumpelly, you would have thought he'd been amongst this here in that number 83 Porsche.
Well, yeah, I mean, he has actually set the fastest lap of the race, has Spencer, in that number 83 car. We heard earlier on from Thomas Collingwood, who is sharing that number 83 car for BGB Racing, along with John Teesey.
It's not all over for the positions in GS, though. Once again, a Porsche looking strong on the banking. Tyler McQuarrie is right under the rear aerofoil of Robbie Foley's BMW. He's not close enough to his teammate to get the tow, Robbie, so he's having to work on his own. Bill Oberlin just ahead of him as they come to the line. Now the aerodynamic effect starts to work, but it's a little bit late for the Porsche and for the second of the BMWs. Oberlin loses the back end in turn 1 and goes very wide, kicks up the dust, gets sideways. Now Foley goes through. Will that be an opportunity for the Porsche as well? Yes, it will. Goes up alongside, but it's the wrong side. It's the left-hand side going into the International Horseshoe. Massive bit of wrestling of the wheel for Bill Oberlin. Has seen him retake third position, but through into fourth. Tyler McQuarrie. How did Bill Oberlin get that back? He was full Tokyo drift in the middle of the International Horseshoe.
Yeah, and it was he took on, we believe, four tires on that final stop, whereas his teammate Robbie Foley only took on 2. But where that car stepped on sideways on him at turn 1, that was a big moment for Bill Oberlin. Did well to hold it. Stephen McAleer, meanwhile, is stretched out his lead. That's almost 5 seconds. Here now comes a run with the Porsche on the inside, coming out onto the banking, side by side around NASCAR's 1 and 2.
On the low side, the Porsche has its nose ahead for the moment. We've got 90 seconds still to go. I wish we had 90 minutes still to go. Yeah. I don't want this to end.
It'll be white flag this time around.
Through into second place for the third place for the Porsche, so it's going to be a Porsche 1, 2, 3 here. McAleer, Trinkler, and now Tyler McQuarrie picking off 2 BMWs in that lap. What a maneuver that was. Tyler McQuarrie pulling out all kinds of pace at the end of the race for the 93 car. Oh, what horrible look for the Urban Grid Camaro, which has been holding down a top 6 position, and Robin Liddell is moving slowly. He pitted the same lap as Bill Oberlin if we're looking at fuel. But meantime, Stephen McAleer is on his last lap.
The 2 BMWs got back ahead of Tyler McQuarrie before the line.
Right, okay. Well, that's almost a replay of what happened the lap before when Bill Oberlin went wide. Little bit of hip and shoulder from Robbie Foley coming out the International Horseshoe. So the 2 BMWs haven't given up this now. Maybe we called that too early. Another little rub going into the King. This is high stakes, high speed, high drama, and superb entertainment in the Michelin Pilot Challenge here at Daytona. It's the final lap of the race. Stephen McAleer leading. Is there one more story to be written? We've seen the kind of pace that this 93 Carbon Porsche has got. So has Bill Oberlin got enough left in his tyres? Has he got enough left in terms of space between himself and the 4th place Tyler McQuarrie, who has to do it again? Into the newly named Le Mans chicane for the final time. The leaders have gone through. There's 4.5 seconds between McAleer and Trinkler. What a debut, what a competition debut for the new Porsche 718 GT4 RS Club Sports. To the line. for the final time, the 111th time he will have crossed the stripe, and Stephen McAleer and RS1 go through to take it from TGM in second. Owen Trinkler and Ted Giovannis, TGM Motorsport, and in third it will be BMW, but only by a car's length in third position. Fantastic stuff. In TCR, we'll wait for the Alpha to come through. Top 5 separated by barely 10 seconds. Top 4, should I say. The Alpha is on the run to the line. What a great bit of heads-up driving. Fabulous by Roy Block early on. Now we can mention the colour. It's black and gold for this year. And Roy Block drove the race of his life and took the lead early on. And it was backed up by great driving and great heads-up driving, leaving the pits from Tim Lewis. And that is our Michelin moment of the race for TCR, the Alpha number 5. The early drive by Roy Block, but especially the instantaneous decision made by Tim Lewis not to run the red light. Let's just see the other cars through before we go up the GS drive. And in fact, we'll speak to Roy Block. Roy Block is a winner here at Daytona. Adam.
Roy Block, it's something we've said before, but hey, Alfa Romeo, race winner at Daytona. Your stint helped get them here. How good does this feel?
Oh my gosh, this is my 7th year at Daytona. And for the record, I've been crushed on the first 6. I've had every heartache, and I can tell you, this makes up for everything. What a high. This is my home track, and in the temple of racing, right, to do it. What a moment.
Is this the best win for Alfa so far?
You know, I'm not going to be greedy. I'll take all the wins, but at Daytona, you know, it's just amazing. We're just so thrilled.
Congratulations. The overall winners are with Andrew.
Yeah, Eric Figueroa sit down here. Fantastic. You've had hugs from every team member, and you've got a huge smile on your face.
Wow, this was absolutely a team effort. Every single person who touched this car, prepping it, all the pit stops, all the people who worked so hard and believe in us. Community Beer Works Racing, we came here to make our mark, and we did.
Biggest win of your career, I guess.
Yeah, absolutely. This is my first IMSA race, first IMSA win, so I'm glad to be here.
What can you say for your teammate?
Wow, that's the reason why we chose him. Stephen McAleer, he is an absolute hero, and he showed why. He took his time, he was patient, and he was persistent. He made calculated moves, and that's why he's in the car.
Yeah, 15 minutes before the end, it was still neck and neck, and then a great move past the other pole.
Absolutely, and you could see it took time. He was constantly asking, how much time do we have left? And you could see, made a couple of attempts, a couple of mistakes. It didn't quite work. He was really trying to feel things out. This was an absolute team effort. Again, these RS1 guys, they work so hard. They do a really great job. Thanks to Community Beer Works for believing in me and Stephen and making this program work.
Terrific, well done.
Thank you.
Frankly, any team that's called Community Beer Works gets a big tick from me. But for that planned move and the execution of it, it was clean, it was decisive in the end, it was fair. A little honourable mention, I think, to Owen Trinkler as well, who absolutely played the game. But the pass for the lead with just under 15 minutes to go is the Michelin moment of the race for GS, and that was Stephen McAleer in the 28. Eric did his, both of the co-drivers in the wins in TCR and in GS really did play their parts, Jeremy. Yes, there was safety cars within that closed everything up, but fantastic drives by the team, both drivers in both of those victories. They all contributed.
They certainly did. It was a tremendous pro race effectively for Eric Figueroa, certainly in the Michelin Pilot Challenge. Stephen McAleer just ticked all the boxes there, and Eric Figueroa described it perfectly. He was stalking Owen Trinkler when he was running in second position. Stephen McAleer knew he had the best car. He knew he had to make a decisive move, and if he was able to do so, he would come away with a victory. And what a win that was! And you know, a hometown win effectively for Eric Figueroa from Cocoa Beach in Florida, so not far away from here, and very, very, very well-deserved victory for that RS1 team. That was a lot of fun.
I know I say this at this time every year. Can we have more 4-hour races, please?
Yeah. Meantime, just outside the top 10, Chris Wilson brings the Capstone Mercedes across the line in 11th position to win the bronze category.
First ever winner in the bronze
category. First ever winner in the bronze category,
Cup,
yeah. He's a long-time race school instructor and coach is Chris Wilson from Colorado, and he'll be he and Gary Ferrer did a really nice job to bring that car home to the win in bronze. Second and third position to go to Tim Probert and Brent Mosing in second position for Murillo Racing, car number 65, a Mercedes. James Safronis and Kyle Washington making his debut in the Michelin Pilot Challenge, another new Porsche. They finish in third.
I was really torn at the end there. I've known both Owen Trinkler and Stephen McAleer for quite a long time. They've both got brilliant stories in racing, and I couldn't pick between them there. I'm pleased it was a clean race, and it was a very good pass to take the lead. I think Owen and Ted will be disappointed, of course they will. Close touching distance of that first victory for that side of the team, TGM. But I think when they go away from here, possibly even before, Owen in particular is experienced enough and he's been around enough to know that they were beaten by a car that just had a bit more performance in it today, particularly when Stephen was trying to. But I've got to say, Eric really played his part at the beginning. He was fast enough to lead the race genuinely on pace as well.
Oh, absolutely. A tremendous performance by Filgueira. So win number 10 then for Stephen McAleer. Win number 1 in his first ever start for Filgueira, and he's going to sleep well tonight. That was a tremendous performance by that young man from Cocoa Beach.
Very honourable mention in TCR, third position by Mark Wilkins and Robert Wiggins coming back into racing in TCR. Did an hour and a half at the start. He didn't put a wheel wrong, simple as that.
Yeah, and Michael Johnson too.
Absolutely.
In sharing with Stephen Simpson, have we awarded the moment of the race in TCR?
Yes, that went to the Alpha.
Yeah. Okay, great. But I mean, the moment, the key moment was that penalty for Stephen Simpson, because they done a super job to get up into the lead in TCR. So
that was the negative moment of the race.
It was, unfortunately.
Yes.
But a lot of great stories in this race. A lot of really, really strong performances. This is going to be a fantastic season in the Michelin Pilot Challenge.
Stephen McAleer is going to be absolutely delighted. Not just the win, but the manner of victory there.
Yeah.
That wasn't easy. He didn't drive away. He drove away at the start of the race, absolutely did. Had 5 seconds. Had to stalk his way back, past cars, past 2 Turner BMWs, and I think he passed. I think he may have passed Robin Liddell as well after the final run. So I think he restarted in 5th position and fought his way through.
Yeah, he actually lost a place at that really messy restart. He fell behind the number 93 Porsche as well. So he worked his way from 6th to 1st in the space of a dozen laps, and then he just walked away. He was very much in control of this race in the closing stages. So from Glasgow in Scotland originally, Stephen McAleer makes his home now in upstate New York. He's one of the resident instructors at the Monticello Motor Club there in northern New York. But he makes a home for himself down in Florida at this time of year when he's such a busy guy this weekend. His team had some success in the MX-5 Cup earlier today.
Yeah, absolutely.
He was driving last weekend in the Prototype Challenge Series, and he didn't have any luck there at all. And he was talking that last weekend. He doesn't seem to have any luck here at Daytona, but it all came right for him today, and he comes home with a tremendous victory. He will remember this day for a long, long time, and he's part of a stout team tomorrow for the Rolex 24 as well. That's Stephen McAleer.
Let's get to Andrew, who's patiently waiting for Stephen McAleer to be finished being spoken to. And in fact, Stephen has been spoken to. We'll get a chat with him at the moment. Already heard from his team mate. Let's grab Stephen now, winner of the race and the first of the 2 long races this year, the BMW M Endurance Challenge. Andrew, 2 very happy drivers there in a brand new Porsche. Stephen McAleer is the winner here at Daytona.
Stephen McAleer from Glasgow wins this race. What a fantastic result for this new car.
Yeah, thanks a lot. What a great result for us. Daytona has not been kind to me in the past 5 or 6 years. I know Joe Robillard's watching. He's my biggest fan out there, and I want to say hello to him. Really amazing job from Rennsport and Eric. Justin Bellizzoni, hands down, gave us the best car today. A lot of Caymans on the racetrack, and to top the board on the Caymans was pretty special.
Yours is an incredible story because you couldn't make it in the UK and you've come and made it over in the States.
Yeah, I've been here 12 years now. I've got no intention of going home. But I tell you, that was not an easy win. We had a gearbox issue. I had to kill the master and recycle the car. So we went from 1st to 8th or 9th. And honestly, I thought we were down and out, and put my head down and worked our way back through the field.
Brilliant win, mate. Shay.
Cheers.